In the early days of October 1918, deep within the tangled forests of the Argonne, a single American unit advanced farther than anyone expected, and farther than anyone could reach. Surrounded on all sides, cut off from supplies, forgotten by the shifting lines of battle, they became known to history as the Lost Battalion. But for the men themselves, nothing felt heroic. It felt quiet, hungry, wet, and unbearably alone. Before we begin, if these calm historical documentaries help you find focus, rest, or reflection, take a moment to subscribe. It supports the channel and helps more quiet stories, like the fate of the Lost Battalion, find their way to those who might need them. And tell us where you're listening from, or which image lingers with you the most. You're listening to Echoes of War. You follow the forest as it closes in, branches heavy with mist, trunks leaning together like the ribs of a collapsing cathedral. Shellfire thuds in the distance, but never close enough to be useful. Messages vanish into the trees. Runners do not return. Every hour the circle tightens, and every hour the battalion waits for relief that never arrives. The men are tired in a way that rewrites the body, lips cracked, hands trembling, uniforms stiff with mud. Food is gone. Water is dangerous. Ammunition dwindles into careful rationing. And still, they hold the small ravine they were ordered to take, because letting go would mean disappearing entirely. You witness the unglamorous scenes that rarely reach the textbooks, the quiet arguments about whether the artillery falling around them is German or American, the relief and shame when a carrier pigeon becomes their last reliable messenger, the stillness of exhausted soldiers who no longer speak, because speaking costs too much. Yet even as the world narrows to a starving pocket of men, something stubborn remains, not courage exactly, but refusal. Refusal to move. Refusal to surrender. Refusal to let the forest erase them. And in that refusal, the story begins. Into the Argonne. By the autumn of 1918, the Argonne had already learned how to swallow armies. The forest presses close from the first step, a dense canopy that turns morning into dusk, and dusk into something darker still. The ground is a patchwork of churned mud, slick leaves, and shell-cratered depressions that fill with water before anyone has time to mark them. Even the air feels heavy, saturated with the damp weight of weeks of rain and the distant concussion of artillery. Somewhere far behind, the big guns continue their patient rhythm, each thud shaking loose small showers of earth from the branches. Their sound suggests momentum, certainty, direction, none of which exist inside these trees. On every headquarters map, the Meuse Argonne offensive appears orderly. Units aligned, arrows pointed forward, objectives neatly labeled. Down here, the forest rejects that tidy geometry. Ravines twist away from expected paths, and ridges rise where no ridge is marked. What was meant to be a coordinated push becomes a series of uncertain steps. The 77th Division advances anyway. The Metropolitan Division, they call it, a gathering of New York's neighborhoods in uniform. Men who once argued about baseball scores in crowded streets now argue quietly about bearings and landmarks in a place with no corners, no street lamps, no familiar lines to follow. Their uniforms cling wet against their backs. Packs tug at shoulders. Every misstep produces a soft curse or a grunt swallowed quickly by the trees. A sense of disconnection follows them. The left flank is said to be advancing. The right should be somewhere nearby. But the forest muffles sound and bends perspective. Maintaining contact becomes guesswork more than discipline. A runner disappears into the trees and does not return. A shouted order reaches only half the column. A compass point feels more like hope than direction. You sense, even from a distance, how the forest narrows their world. What was meant to be a broad offensive now feels like a corridor barely wider than a marching file, hemmed in by trunks that stand like pillars of an abandoned cathedral. Mist collects in the hollows, softening the edges of every shape until friend and foe become equally uncertain abstractions. Major Charles Whittlesey moves with the battalion, consulting his maps with the quiet concentration of a man determined to impose order where none naturally exists. The orders are firm: advance, keep alignment, push on regardless of resistance. That last phrase comes up often, a reminder that higher command expects movement even when visibility collapses and bearings become unreliable. The men absorb those expectations in smaller, more human increments. They ration their canteens. They adjust pack straps that dig into their shoulders. They pause when artillery passes overhead, unsure whether the distant fragmentation is falling short from their own guns or drifting in from the German lines. They have learned not to ask aloud. No one can answer with confidence. Somewhere ahead lies a shallow, twisting ravine, not yet infamous, not yet marked by history, just another feature hidden beneath branches and fog. Still, the advance presses toward it, driven less by clarity than by momentum and obligation. You witness the slow tightening of their situation long before the men themselves sense it, the forest closing behind them, the ground funneling into natural choke points, the subtle way every new step places more earth between them and the rest of the division. The battalion continues forward because the plan demands it, because the offensive is said to be nearing its final phase, because no one wants to be the first to question an order written far from these trees. Yet with each yard gained, the invisible threads binding them to the rest of the line grow thinner. For the moment, they march believing those threads are still intact. The Argonne does nothing to correct that belief. It simply waits. A front without shape. As the battalion descends deeper into the folds of the Argonne, the idea of a front line dissolves. In open terrain, a front has shape: trenches, wire, earthworks, the unmistakable geometry of war. Here, the forest swallows those boundaries. German positions are not lines but pockets, tucked into clearings or perched along ridges that rise and fall without warning. A company can advance 50 meters and pass entirely unseen by an enemy just yards away behind a curtain of branches. Whittlesey's men advance through this uncertainty with a mix of discipline and unease. They know they are meant to be part of a coordinated movement, but the forest strips away the sense of scale. No horizon to read, no skyline to anchor, just the same dense lattice of trunks, each one obscuring whatever lies beyond it. Occasional bursts of rifle fire echo through the trees, but the direction is impossible to judge. Sound slides along the slopes and rebounds from ridges, turning a single shot into a scattered chorus. The men react with instinctive tightening, shoulders rising, grips adjusting on rifle stocks, but after the echo dies, silence returns just as quickly, leaving no clear sign of what caused the exchange. Reports filter back in fragments. The left flank is somewhere ahead. The right has encountered resistance. The artillery schedule is being adjusted. None of these pieces form a complete picture. Runners arrive exhausted, delivering messages blurred by travel and guesswork. Through it all, Whittlesey keeps the battalion aligned to its objective, pressing forward because stopping feels more dangerous than continuing. You notice how the forest plays tricks on judgment. A ravine that appears shallow from above becomes a deep, winding cut once the men descend. A rise that looks insignificant can reveal, at its crest, a tangle of hastily abandoned German wire. In places, the forest floor is littered with signs of earlier clashes: torn packs, splintered rifle stocks, half-buried ration tins, evidence that other units passed through here without leaving any clear indication of where they went next. The closer the battalion gets to its designated objective, the more the forest seems to resist the idea of progress. Fallen trees force detours. Thick underbrush slows the pace. Mud clings to boots in heavy layers. Every decision becomes a negotiation with the ground itself. Then comes the first sharp test. A sudden burst of machine gun fire rips from the shadows ahead, a short, disciplined burst that cuts through leaves and bark but finds no human target. The column freezes. Officers motion for spacing, spreading men across what little cover exists. Another burst follows, aimed slightly higher, as if the unseen gunners are warning rather than engaging. Whittlesey orders scouts forward. They move with slow deliberation, slipping between trees, following the faintest depressions in the earth. Minutes pass. The forest holds its breath. When the scouts return, their report is simple. A German outpost ahead, lightly held, withdrawn before contact. A test, not a trap. The battalion pushes past the empty position. Spent casings lie scattered among the roots. A few dark stains mark where someone, friend or enemy, fell earlier in the day. The wind shifts, bringing with it the faint smell of smoke, though no flames are visible. For the men, the encounter is a reminder that the enemy is always near, watching, adjusting, retreating only to reposition deeper in the forest. For Whittlesey, it is confirmation that the battalion is advancing faster than the units expected to support it. You sense how this realization settles across the column. Not panic, but a subtle tightening of focus. The men begin to glance more often to their flanks. Officers confer with sharper urgency. Runners leave with sealed messages that emphasize the need for contact, for coordination, for assurance that the line is intact. But the forest offers no answers. It only absorbs the battalion further. By late afternoon, the light begins to fade prematurely under the thick canopy. The air cools. The forest takes on a muted, almost metallic stillness, as if waiting. The men halt briefly to reorganize, adjust their formation, check ammunition. Their faces are drawn, streaked with mud and fatigue. They do not yet know that the day's advance, steady, determined, and in accordance with orders, has already placed them beyond supporting distance from their neighboring units. They only know that night is coming, and the Argonne changes character after dark. Night in the Argonne. When night settles over the forest, it does so without ceremony. Light fades quickly under the thick canopy, and shadows merge until the ground becomes a single dark mass broken only by the pale outlines of tree trunks. The battalion moves cautiously, relying less on sight than on the quiet signals passed down the line. A tap on the shoulder, a soft whisper, the subtle shift of a silhouette. The Argonne at night is not silent. It breathes. Branches creak overhead. Water drips steadily from leaves. Distant artillery thumps like a slow, unreliable heartbeat. Somewhere to the right, a single rifle shot rings out, sharp and clean, followed by nothing. The men pause, listening for a response that never comes. Night marches always strain discipline. Depth perception shrinks. Landmarks vanish. A man can step 20 feet off a path and be lost for an hour. The officers keep the column close, halting often to ensure that no gaps open. Each halt is a moment of uneasy stillness, boots sinking into moss, breath rising in faint plumes, hands tightening around rifle stocks. You witness the change in their posture as darkness deepens. Fatigue no longer needs to be hidden. Shoulders slump. Heads tilt forward. Men blink hard to stay alert. Yet the pace continues, steady and deliberate, guided by the need to reach the designated position before dawn. Whittlesey walks with a map folded in his hand, though the map is nearly useless in the dark. Landforms indicated in clean lines on paper reveal themselves only as vague undulations underfoot. A shallow depression feels like a ravine. A slight incline becomes, in the dark, a threatening rise. Even the experienced guides struggle. They mutter quietly among themselves, comparing bearings, checking compasses that wobble under the magnetic influence of nearby iron deposits. At one point, the battalion pauses near a narrow gully. The air here is colder, heavier. A few men kneel to check their boots, pulling out clumps of wet leaves. Others sip from their canteens, aware that water is harder to replace than energy. A medic adjusts the bandage on a private's arm, using a scrap of cloth to keep the wound clean from the pervasive forest grit. Then the forest offers its first real warning. A flare arcs into the sky somewhere ahead, a German signal, pale and ghostly, illuminating the treetops with a brief, eerie glow. The men flatten instinctively against the trunks, eyes tracking the slow descent of the burning magnesium. Nothing follows. No gunfire. No movement. Just the fading shimmer of artificial light sinking into darkness. When the column begins moving again, its pace is more cautious. The flare had meaning, even if no one can articulate what it was. Some interpret it as reconnaissance. Others think it a routine probe. A few fear it marks the battalion's movement. But there is no way to confirm any of it. As the hours pass, the forest floor becomes slick with dew. Boots slip against roots and hidden stones. A man stumbles, catches himself, and mutters an apology. Another coughs quietly into his sleeve, trying not to draw attention. Tiny sounds begin to feel amplified, exaggerated by tension. One small campfire flickers far to the east, a solitary ember of light glimpsed briefly through the trees. The men see it and then look away, knowing it belongs to someone else, perhaps another unit, perhaps not. Light reveals more than it comforts. Whittlesey finally orders a halt for the night. They cannot risk pressing deeper without clearer bearings. The battalion settles into defensive positions with the efficiency of men who have done this many times before. Scouts take up observation posts along small rises and depressions. Machine guns are positioned to cover likely avenues of approach. Rifles are checked, bolts tested, ammunition redistributed. The men huddle in small clusters, whispering only when necessary. Some try to rest, leaning against roots or propping themselves beneath low branches. Others sit awake, listening to the forest shifting around them. Hunger begins to edge into their awareness, subtle at first, then more insistent. You sense the quiet tension that settles over the encampment, a kind of collective breath held too long. The battalion believes it is still part of a larger movement, that the brigades on either side are bivouacked in similar positions, that the night is simply another pause in a coordinated advance. But the forest, indifferent and vast, conceals the truth. The line is already fractured, and the battalion lies on the far side of the break. The men sleep in fragments, unaware that when dawn comes, they will be even farther from the support they believe surrounds them. Orders from above. Morning comes late in the Argonne. The sky does not so much brighten as thin. The darkness loosens its grip by degrees, allowing a washed-out grey to seep through the branches. Mist lingers low along the forest floor, clinging to roots and fallen trunks, softening edges, blurring distances. The men of the battalion wake in fragments, a shift of a shoulder here, a muted cough there, a hand reaching for a helmet used as a pillow. Routines, though strained, remain. A few men rub stiffness from their legs. Others quietly check their rifles, running fingertips along the cold metal, making sure the bolts slide cleanly, that nothing has rusted overnight in the damp. Whispered exchanges move from man to man. The time, the direction they think they're facing, guesses about how far they have come since entering the forest. The forest offers no answers. It remains a set of repeating shapes and silent distances. At a small rise near the center of the position, Major Whittlesey studies a map laid out on a rough plank. The paper is creased, stained with moisture, the ink slightly blurred at the edges of key notations. Around him, a few officers stand with notebooks and pencils, waiting. The air smells of wet earth and old smoke. The new orders arrive in the hands of a tired runner, his uniform streaked with mud up to the knees. He salutes, then waits while an adjutant takes the folded message and passes it to Whittlesey. The major reads carefully, lips moving once or twice as he traces the lines with his eyes. The instructions are clear, on paper at least. The battalion is to advance, seize and hold a defined position ahead, a ravine that cuts obliquely through the German lines, and maintain that ground against counterattack. Other units, to the left and right, are expected to move in step, ensuring that no formation becomes isolated. Artillery support will be coordinated. The advance is to be vigorous. Hesitation is to be avoided. They assume a front that moves like a single organism, every part aligned, every element aware of the other's positions. They assume lines of communication that remain unbroken, maps that match the ground, and a forest that does not twist and conceal. None of those assumptions are entirely true. Whittlesey folds the orders and slips them into his tunic. His face is drawn, but his voice stays even as he briefs his officers. The objective is described, the route sketched in the air with a gloved hand. He repeats the assurances embedded in the written orders. Flanking units will advance. Artillery will prepare the way. The battalion will not be alone. The officers listen, absorbing both the content and the tone. Some nod, more from habit than conviction. Others frown slightly, studying the indistinct forest ahead as though trying to see the promised coordination in the crowd of trees. Around them, the battalion prepares to move. Machine gun teams hoist their weapons and ammunition boxes, faces tightening at the familiar weight. Runners receive brief instructions and estimated routes. Medics secure their bags, checking bandages one last time. Packs are lifted, straps tightened, helmets adjusted. The quiet clatter of equipment echoes softly in the still morning air. In small clusters, men share quick, unfinished thoughts, a half-joked complaint about the mud, a muttered wish for a cigarette, a short remark about home that trails off before it becomes too detailed. There is no grand speech, no ceremony, just the slow, practiced gearing up of a body of soldiers who have done this many times, even if this particular forest feels different. The advance begins with a series of short, careful movements. The leading elements slip forward, guided by scouts and the faint impressions left by earlier traffic. The rest follow at measured intervals, trying to maintain cohesion while navigating around obstacles. Fallen trees, shell holes, and tangled underbrush force constant, minor adjustments to the route. The sense of being part of a larger operation hovers around them like an idea more than a fact. They have been told that other units are moving on either side, that the entire front is pushing forward. Yet no voices drift in from the flanks, no glimpses of friendly uniforms flash between the trees. Only their own column stretches back into the mist. A guide, pointing toward a supposed ridge line, hesitates for half a second before committing. An officer checks his compass twice before giving a direction. A runner, dispatched to confirm contact with a neighboring unit, disappears into the trees and takes longer than expected to return. When he does come back, his report is vague. He believes he heard movement. He thinks there are friendlies out there. He cannot say exactly where. The forest has a way of swallowing specifics, leaving only impressions. Still, the orders are explicit, and the battalion continues to obey them. As the morning wears on, the ground underfoot changes subtly. The slope shifts downward, the soil growing softer, more prone to collecting water. The trees lean closer together, branches interlacing overhead, cutting the sky into ever smaller fragments. A sense of being funneled forward begins to form, not yet alarming, but noticeable. Somewhere ahead lies the ravine they have been told to seize and hold. On the map, it is a simple feature, a line marked by contour shading and a few sparse annotations. Out here, it will be a place of mud, broken branches, and improvised shelter. It will also become a boundary between what the battalion expects and what actually awaits them. For now, the orders remain their anchor. Advance. Take the position. Hold it. The battalion moves on, one careful step at a time, unaware that the promises wrapped around those orders, support on both flanks, timely coordination, reliable communication, are already beginning to loosen. Into the ravine. The forest thickens as the battalion advances, turning the morning into a muted, filtered world of greys and deep greens. The ground descends more noticeably now, pulling the column toward a natural trough that cuts across the Argonne like a concealed corridor. What the map names simply as a ravine reveals itself as a complicated, shifting landscape, part trench, part streambed, part collapsed slope. Under normal circumstances, such terrain would invite caution. Today, it is part of the assigned objective, and the battalion moves toward it with a sense of obligation more than confidence. The first men to reach the lip of the ravine pause. The view ahead is narrow, a winding depression choked with fallen branches and thick mud, flanked on both sides by steep walls of tangled roots and moss-covered stone. The air seems cooler here, weighted with moisture. Sound behaves strangely. Voices carry farther than expected, while the distant rumble of artillery feels muffled, as if the ravine absorbs it. Officers step forward, surveying the approach. They confer in low tones, comparing the terrain with the sketch on the map. The resemblance is vague at best. On the page, the ravine is a clean contour. Here, it twists under a canopy that blocks much of the sky, its depth shifting unpredictably. There is no sign of the German presence described in earlier reports. No fresh earthworks, no wire, no spent casings. Just an emptiness that feels deliberate. You witness the slight hesitation that passes through the column as men take in the scene. Not fear, exactly, but a tightening, a recognition that the ground itself has begun to dictate their movements. In open country, a unit can shift formation, angle toward cover, adjust its line. Here, the ravine offers only two choices: enter or attempt a difficult climb through dense trees to bypass it. Whittlesey chooses the first. The orders stress the importance of pressing forward. Delays threaten coordination with the brigades on either flank, and although that coordination is largely hypothetical in the men's immediate experience, deviating from the plan feels riskier than obeying it. The battalion descends in controlled segments. Boots sink into mud with soft, suctioning sounds. Men steady themselves on exposed roots, using trunks as improvised guide rails. Machine gun teams pass their equipment down carefully, trying to avoid splashing moisture onto the mechanisms. The medics take extra care with their bags, aware that even minor contamination could complicate treatment later. Once the battalion is fully inside the ravine, its limitations become clear. Movement narrows to single or double file. Visibility drops further as the walls rise around them. The mixture of mud and decaying vegetation emits a faint, sour smell. Water trickles intermittently along the center, enough to soak boots and add another layer of discomfort. Still, the column pushes on. The ravine bends gently to the left, then sharply to the right, as though designed to obscure whatever lies ahead. Scouts fan out as best they can, though the steep sides limit their options. Runners carry messages back to the officers, reporting nothing definitive. No enemy contact, no clear signs of occupation, no tracks that indicate recent movement. The absence of evidence feels less reassuring than it should. Occasionally, the men hear faint noises in the forest above them. A shifting branch, a quick scrape against bark, the soft thud of something dropping onto leaves. None of it resolves into a clear threat. The ravine's shape distorts the source of every sound. It could be wildlife. It could be wind. It could be something else entirely. The ravine forces the battalion into a channel where maneuver becomes nearly impossible. If fire were to come from above, the men would have few options. They know this. They continue anyway, driven by orders and momentum and the belief, still intact though fraying, that other units are somewhere nearby, creating pressure of their own. Halfway down the ravine, the column pauses while officers reassess their bearings. Compasses behave unpredictably in the dense terrain. The map, smeared from handling, offers little detail. Whittlesey and his lieutenants lean over it, tracing the intended route with gloved fingers, comparing it to the ridges they believe surround them. Their conclusion is tentative. They are on course. The battalion moves again, following the ravine as it deepens. The light becomes dimmer, the air colder. A few men notice that the birdsong present earlier in the morning has vanished entirely. The silence feels thick, almost expectant. The ravine widens slightly in one section, creating a small clearing where the ground flattens. Whittlesey orders a brief halt to reorganize. Men drop their packs to rest their backs. A few sit, legs dangling into the mud. Others remain standing, scanning the ridgelines above them. A runner arrives breathless with an update, or what passes for one. Contact with the left flank is unconfirmed. The right is said to be advancing, but no one knows how far. The artillery, scheduled to fire in support, has fallen strangely quiet. The battalion absorbs this information without reaction. They have grown used to uncertainty. Yet the ravine, indifferent to their discipline, continues to gather them deeper into its hollow. You notice how the shape of their route now mirrors a trap, not one set by an enemy, but by terrain, miscommunication, and the unyielding belief that orders will align with reality. The men march forward believing they are pushing as part of a larger effort. In truth, the forest is slowly sealing behind them. The first signs of isolation. By midday, the battalion has advanced far enough into the ravine that the forest above becomes a distant suggestion, glimpsed only in thin strips of sky and shifting silhouettes of branches high along the ridge lines. The air feels stiller here, held close by the earthen walls. Even the men's movements seem quieter, as if the ground absorbs sound the way it absorbs light. The narrowness of the ravine forces the column into irregular intervals. Groups of men bunch together when the path widens, then stretch into thin strands when it constricts again. Officers do what they can to maintain cohesion, but the terrain decides the formation more than any command. The quiet begins to settle in an unusual way. No rifle fire cracks from ahead. No artillery echoes along the ridges. No shouted warnings drift in from the flanks. The battalion expected resistance, patrols, snipers, small outposts, but the forest remains emptied of visible opposition. Not abandoned, exactly, but watchful, as though the enemy has moved just out of sight rather than out of reach. The scouts report nothing definitive. No newly dug positions. No fresh tracks. No sign of hurried withdrawal. Their reports feel incomplete not because the scouts lack skill, but because the landscape refuses to reveal anything that confirms either danger or safety. Whittlesey takes note of each report without letting concern show. He checks his map again, tracing the curves of the terrain with his gloved fingertip, matching them to the bends of the ravine. The objective lies somewhere ahead, a point meant to anchor the battalion's hold on the line. On paper, the position is strategic. Here, in the ravine, it feels more like a narrowing of options. Their movements become sharper, more deliberate. eyes track the edges of the slopes above them. Hands linger a little longer on rifle stocks. Even the natural sounds of the forest seem muted, leaving space for an unease that no one acknowledges out loud. Then comes the first indication that something is wrong. A runner sent toward the left flank returns with uncertainty shadowing his expression. He is sure he traveled far enough to make contact. He heard nothing, no voices, no equipment, no movement suggesting friendly forces nearby. He waited, repositioned, tried again. Still nothing. His conclusion, offered quietly to the officers, is that the left flank is farther back than expected, perhaps much farther. Whittlesey listens, nods, and sends another runner with revised bearings. Orders demand confirmation. A single negative report cannot dictate action. But the officers exchange brief glances, not alarmed, not panicked, but aware. Minutes later, another runner returns from the right flank. His message is similarly inconclusive. The neighboring units are out of sight. He believes he heard distant activity, but cannot determine whether it came from friendly forces or the enemy. The pattern forms quickly. The battalion is moving faster than the line they believe surrounds them. Still, the advance continues. The ravine widens just enough for the men to redistribute, shifting formation to keep pace with the terrain. A few soldiers use the brief expansion to stretch their legs, adjusting gear, shaking mud from boots. Others climb a short way up the slope to scan the forest above, finding only shadows and the faint outlines of distant branches. The stillness turns heavier. A single bird calls somewhere along the ridge, sharp and abrupt, then falls silent. A breeze passes overhead but barely reaches the bottom of the ravine. The air remains cool and dense, carrying the faint smell of wet leaves and churned earth. You notice how the absence of information becomes, itself, a form of pressure. In battle, uncertainty is familiar, but not uncertainty that stretches this long, this evenly, without interruption. The men expect the curve of the ravine to reveal something, a German outpost, a burst of fire, a sign of the flank pushing forward. Instead, each turn reveals only more mud, more roots, more constricting walls. Whittlesey pauses the column near a natural shelf where the ravine narrows again. He calls a brief officers' conference. Maps appear, compasses are checked, bearings compared. The consensus they reach is cautious. They are ahead of schedule, but still aligned with the overall plan. The brigades on the flanks will close the distance. Support will come. It is a logical conclusion. It is also a hopeful one. As the officers disperse, the battalion prepares to move again. Packs are adjusted. Messages are passed down the line. Machine gun crews shift their loads, wincing under the weight. Medics secure their kits. Then, faintly, a sound reaches them. A distant burst of rifle fire. Not close, not directed, but unmistakable. The men freeze, looking toward the direction of the sound. It echoes briefly, then disappears into the forest as though swallowed. A few seconds later, another burst follows, farther away, then silence again. The officers exchange glances. The sound came from behind them. The implication ripples through the column without a word spoken. Whatever is happening on the line, it is no longer positioned where the battalion expects it to be. You sense how this realization settles. Not yet fear, not yet dread, but a quiet understanding that the forest is rearranging the battlefield faster than the men can perceive it. Still, the orders remain unchanged. Advance. Take the position. Hold it. The battalion moves deeper into the ravine, unaware that the faint gunfire behind them marks. The trap closes quietly. The ravine bends once more, its walls rising higher as the battalion advances. The light above narrows into thin, uneven ribbons, making it difficult to tell the time of day. The forest canopy absorbs the sun, giving the impression that the battalion is moving deeper underground rather than merely deeper into the Argonne. The air chills, heavy with damp earth and the faint odor of decomposing leaves. The column slows as scouts return from a short reconnaissance ahead. Their report is typical of the day so far. No visible enemy, no fresh signs of occupation, no indication of a deliberate defensive line. The forest remains curiously empty, but the absence of resistance feels increasingly unnatural, as if the battalion has marched into a space deliberately abandoned, a space left waiting. Whittlesey takes the reports without altering his expression. He studies the map again, though the worn paper provides fewer answers with every passing hour. He gestures toward the next bend in the ravine, and the officers nod. They have advanced too far to retreat without clear reason, and the orders remain unchanged. Take the position, hold it, and expect support from both flanks. Yet the forest offers subtle contradictions. Their steps grow quieter, more measured. The normal murmur of a marching column has thinned into a series of short, apprehensive exchanges. Even the natural sounds of the Argonne seem to recede, the birds quieter, the breeze muted, the underbrush undisturbed. It feels as though something has pressed pause on the forest. The ravine floor rises slightly, then dips into another concealed hollow. As the column moves through it, one of the scouts motions toward a small cluster of broken branches on the slope above. The pattern is not random. Branches snapped deliberately, leaves displaced. A mark of movement, but not recent enough to identify direction or intent. A few soldiers study it for a moment, then continue on. The forest's mysteries are too numerous to solve. Whittlesey signals another halt when the ravine opens into a wider clearing. The officers gather around him. Compasses appear again, needles flickering uncertainly in the dense terrain. They attempt to triangulate their position based on the contours of the walls and the faint slopes visible through the trees. Their estimated location falls somewhere between 2 points on the map, one representing the intended objective, the other a slightly offset position that would put them ahead of the advancing line. The officers cannot agree on which interpretation is correct. Still, the orders emphasize forward momentum. The advance continues. A few minutes later, the forest delivers its next unsettling hint. A single shot echoes from far behind the battalion, sharp, isolated, not part of a firefight, not random, a signal of something breaking in the distance. The men stop instinctively, turning to look back along the length of the ravine. The walls prevent them from seeing more than a few dozen meters. The echo fades quickly, then another shot, farther away, then silence. The effect is subtle but undeniable. The front is no longer where the battalion believed it to be. Whittlesey acknowledges the sound quietly, then orders the column forward before speculation can take root. The men obey, but the atmosphere has shifted. The silence ahead feels heavier. The forest seems to tighten around them, as though guiding them toward a point of no return. You witness how the battalion's confidence transforms into a focused alertness. Not panic, they are too experienced for that, but the kind of awareness that comes when familiar structures begin to fail. Men adjust their packs, check their rifles again, glance upward at the ridges. The machine gun teams whisper among themselves, unsure whether to expect engagement from ahead or behind. As they move deeper, the ravine shifts one final time. A narrow choke point appears, framed by rock formations that force the column into a single-file passage. The walls rise steeply on both sides, offering no alternative routes. The ground is slick with mud, layered over a foundation of unstable stones. The men pick their way through carefully, mindful of noise. One by one, they pass the bottleneck, and then the ravine widens abruptly into a bowl-like depression. The space is enclosed, shielded from the outer forest, guarded by natural barriers of earth and stone. It feels strangely insulated, removed from the battle unfolding beyond its edges. This is the position the battalion was ordered to seize. They have reached it. But there is no sign of friendly forces. No sign of the enemy either. Just an echoing stillness that carries more warning than comfort. Whittlesey orders the men to take positions along the slopes, secure the perimeter, and prepare to hold. The battalion settles in, unaware that they have marched into an unintentional pocket, a place where relief will struggle to reach them and where the line, already broken, will fail to protect them. The trap has not snapped shut with violence. It has closed quietly, patiently, almost politely, and the battalion has stepped fully inside it. Digging in. The ravine's bowl-like depression, shallow but enclosed, becomes the battalion's new world. Its shape dictates everything: where the men can move, where the officers can place their lines, and how the perimeter must be held. The slopes rise steeply on three sides, forming a natural amphitheater that magnifies small sounds and makes the men feel observed even when no enemy is visible. The fourth side constricts into the narrow passage they came through, a vulnerable throat that offers their only clear route back. Whittlesey walks the perimeter with deliberate calm, assessing each vantage point. The ground here is uneven, littered with broken branches, loose stones, and patches of mud that reflect the dim light filtering through the trees. He marks likely approaches, directs officers to spread their platoons along the slopes, and leaves instructions for reserves to hold the ravine floor. Machine guns are placed on slight rises where they can sweep the openings, though the tight angles limit their fields of fire. The men begin digging shallow firing positions. Shovels bite into the damp earth with a rhythmic crunch. Some soldiers use helmets to scoop mud where the ground is too soft for tools. Others wedge branches and debris into improvised barriers. Their breath rises in faint clouds, even in daylight, as the air in the ravine seems cooler than the forest above. Even in unfamiliar terrain, soldiers fall back on instinct, securing cover, establishing sight lines, arranging ammunition. A few mutter about the difficulty of digging in such saturated soil, but their work continues steadily. The mud clings to boots and trousers, climbing higher with every movement. No one bothers trying to stay clean. Whittlesey meets briefly with his officers once the initial positions take shape. There is no sense of alarm in their movements, only an unspoken recognition that they must prepare thoroughly for whatever might approach. They discuss potential routes for reinforcements, locate spots where runners might be sent, and confirm the direction of the battalion's original line of advance. It is all practical, measured, focused. Yet there are subtle signs of tension. The officers' compasses give inconsistent readings in the ravine's confines, needles wavering before settling in uncertain directions. Map landmarks remain difficult to match with the visible terrain, and the forest above stays eerily quiet, as though holding its breath. A few scouts climb partway up the slopes to peer into the surrounding forest. They report occasional movement between the trees, small, indistinct shapes that vanish as soon as they appear. It could be German patrols. It could be wildlife. It could be shadows cast by the shifting light. The forest seems intent on revealing nothing clearly. The lack of clarity weighs on the men in ways they do not articulate. Conversations become shorter, more clipped. They glance more often toward the edges of the depression, checking the tree line for signs of approach. Even those who try to rest keep their rifles close, fingers brushing the cold metal. The first messenger pigeons are prepared, perched quietly in their wicker baskets. The signalers check their equipment, adjusting wires and verifying that their kit is dry. They send an initial message reporting the battalion's position and progress. There is confidence in the act, but also dependence, the hope that the message will reach headquarters, and that headquarters will understand what the battalion cannot yet see. You sense the weight of this dependence. Communication in the Argonne is unreliable at best, but it remains the battalion's lifeline. Every message sent upward is an appeal. We are here. Respond. Tell us the line is intact. While the signalers work, the first small ration details circulate. The men take stock of their supplies, a few tins, some hardtack, small amounts of water. Enough for now, but not abundant. They have advanced quickly, faster than the supply lines expected. Resupply is assumed, but assumptions have begun to feel fragile. The ravine itself feels like a place meant for temporary occupation, not prolonged defense. Its shape creates blind spots. Its floor collects water. Its walls channel movement in predictable ways. Still, it is their assigned objective, and they have secured it. Midway through the afternoon, a runner returns from a reconnaissance toward the narrow passage. His report is troubling. Rifle fire heard from somewhere behind, distant but distinct. The direction suggests that the battalion's route of advance may no longer be under firm Allied control. When pressed for details, he hesitates, not from fear, but from uncertainty. The forest's acoustics make it impossible to pinpoint the origin. Whittlesey listens without outward sign of concern, but his instructions grow firmer. Additional scouts are sent out. Runners are dispatched once more toward the supposed positions of the supporting brigades. Messages are written, coded, and prepared for transmission. The men continue to work as daylight wanes. Positions deepen. Barriers strengthen. Machine gun crews refine their arcs. The ravine transforms, slowly and methodically, into something defensible. Yet all the while, the forest beyond the slopes remains unervingly still. You observe how this quiet becomes its own kind of warning, a pressure that builds without sound or movement, a tension that settles in the men's posture long before any enemy appears. As evening approaches, the battalion stands ready. They have dug in where commanded. They have secured the ground. They have prepared for contact. But the silence around them is not the silence of safety. Antennas adjusted and raised as high as the terrain allows. The thick canopy makes transmission uncertain. The ravine's walls absorb and distort signals. Still they try. A message is tapped out, sharp clicks echoing faintly in the enclosed space. Objective reached. Holding position. Awaiting coordination from flanks. The signal travels into the forest with no way to confirm immediate reception. The operators wait, headphones pressed to their ears. Static crackles. They adjust dials, trying to coax clarity from the interference. The response, when it comes, is faint and intermittent. Fragments of words, half legible, possibly from headquarters but too broken to interpret. Could be confirmation. Could be noise. Could be nothing at all. You sense how the uncertainty spreads outward from the signalers, passing invisibly through the men. A message sent is not a message received. A reply heard is not always a reply meant for you. Communication in the Argonne is an act of faith as much as technique. While the operators continue their attempts, another team prepares the pigeons. The wicker baskets are set near a dry patch of ground. One handler gently lifts a mottled bird from its compartment, strokes its wings, and attaches a small metal cylinder containing the battalion's coordinates and status. The bird coos softly, shifting in the man's hands, its feathers ruffling against the cool air. The release is simple. The handler raises his arm and lets go. The pigeon bursts upward, wings beating hard, rising through the filtered light until it clears the ravine's rim and disappears behind the canopy. The men watch it go, hoping it reaches the sky beyond the forest, a sky not twisted by ridges and echoes. A second pigeon follows soon after with a more urgent message. No contact with flanks. Enemy movement unclear. Request clarification. Again, the men watch the brief flutter of wings until it blends into the branches above. From the forest comes no reply. The ravine feels tighter after the releases, as though the air has thickened in their absence. The men return to their positions with quiet efficiency, but traces of unease linger. They have sent word outward, and the forest has offered nothing in return. Late in the afternoon, a runner returns from the narrow passage, his breathing sharp, boots heavy with mud. His report is troubling. Scattered rifle shots, faint but deliberate, somewhere behind their line of advance. He could not approach further. The sound carried the unmistakable rhythm of hostile engagement. The direction matches earlier reports. The implication is the same. The battalion may already be cut off. Whittlesey listens, nods once, and orders the perimeter tightened. He sends another message upward, this one more direct, more insistent. The signallers transmit it through static. Another pigeon is released with its duplicate. Still, silence returns. Men move with sharper purpose. They check ammunition, redistributing rounds. Machine gun teams shift their weapons slightly, widening their arcs. Medics restock bandages, laying out supplies in neat rows on dry cloth. Every small action becomes preparation, not speculation. The light dims further as clouds gather above the canopy. The ravine takes on a muted, metallic tone. Shadows lengthen, pooling in the corners, climbing the slopes. The first hints of evening settle across the position. As dusk approaches, Whittlesey gives the order to hold for the night. Scouts are instructed to remain alert along the upper edges. Riflemen adjust firing angles for the reduced visibility. Officers circulate among their platoons, offering quiet words that acknowledge the uncertainty without naming it outright. They have the ground. They have their orders. They have done everything expected of them. But they do not have confirmation, not of their position within the larger advance, not of support from the flanks, not of relief moving toward them. Night enters the ravine slowly, as though reluctant to expose how thin the battalion's connection to the outside world has become. You sense that the silence surrounding them is no longer the silence of an untouched forest. It is the silence of isolation, and it is deepening. The first shots. Night settles over the ravine with a slow, deliberate weight. The fading light is swallowed quickly by the dense canopy, leaving only a dim, diluted glow that reflects off the damp earth. Shapes blur. Distances shrink. Even the men's outlines merge into the slopes where they have taken their positions. The battalion becomes a collection of quiet silhouettes, attentive, tired, waiting. For a time, nothing breaks the stillness. The forest seems suspended, as if listening with them. The usual sounds of evening in the Argonne, distant artillery, intermittent small arms fire, the shuffle of movement across the wider front, remain conspicuously absent. The silence feels dense, layered, unnatural. You sense how the men lean into it, straining for clues the forest refuses to provide. Eyes track faint movements that might be branches shifting. Ears catch whispers of sound that never develop. Each soldier's focus extends outward, probing the unseen edges of the ravine. Then, without warning, the quiet fractures. A shot cracks somewhere along the upper slope, sharp, distinct. It echoes down the walls, ricocheting through the confined space. Men snap to attention. Officers freeze mid-step. The sound is too close to be distant harassment, too direct to be accidental. Before anyone can determine the source, another shot follows, this one from the opposite ridge. Then a third, nearer than the rest. They are not part of a volley. They come one at a time, probing, measuring. Each single report carries intent. The battalion stiffens but holds its fire. Discipline remains intact. No one wants to reveal a position prematurely. Rifle barrels tilt upward, tracking the ridgelines. Machine gun crews shift, aligning their arcs toward the most likely avenues of approach. Whittlesey moves along the ravine floor, issuing quiet instructions. Hold positions. Confirm angles. No shooting unless a target is positively identified. His voice carries a calm certainty, but even in that calm there is an acknowledgement. The enemy has found them. A few moments pass. The forest absorbs the echoes. Stillness returns, but it no longer feels neutral. It feels charged. Then the next shots come, this time paired, closer, deliberate. Bark splinters from a tree near one of the outlying scouts. A man shouts a warning. The battalion's first return fire snaps upward, controlled and measured, illuminating nothing but dark branches. The enemy is unseen, but their presence is unmistakable. You notice the shift in the men's movements as the first real exchange unfolds. Fear does not dominate. Instead, a kind of focused tension settles over them. They adjust their stances, breathing steady, rifles braced along the slope. They do not waste ammunition. Every shot is counted. Every sound is analyzed. It is clear the Germans are not launching a full assault. Not yet. These are feelers, small patrols testing the battalion's response, gauging numbers, confirming positions. The men know this pattern well. Many have seen similar tactics in earlier engagements. But here, isolated in the ravine, the implications are different. The enemy is mapping them. As darkness thickens fully, the sporadic shots continue. A quick burst here, a single round there, enough to keep the men awake, alert, unsettled, enough to ensure that no one mistakes this as a quiet night, enough to signal that the battalion has been marked for containment. At one point, a flare arcs into the sky from beyond the trees, a brief, ghostly bloom of white light. It rises through the canopy, illuminating the mist that hangs above the ravine. For a heartbeat, the battalion can see the edges of their enclosure more clearly. The steep slopes, the tangled branches, the silhouettes of men pressed against the earth in defensive positions. Then the flare burns out, and darkness returns with even greater weight. Whittlesey gives the order to stay low, maintain positions, and conserve ammunition. He knows these early probes are prelude, not climax. If the enemy has learned where the battalion is, they will not leave them undisturbed. You sense how this realization settles through the ravine, quietly, firmly, without panic. The battalion understands the shape of what is coming. They do not know when or in what force, but they know. The night stretches on, punctured only by intermittent gunfire. Sleep becomes impossible. Whispered conversations fade quickly. The men listen instead, to the forest, to each other, to the unseen enemy on the ridges. It is the first night the battalion spends under true pressure, and though casualties remain few, something irreversible has begun. The forest is no longer merely a place. It has become an encircling presence. Pressure on the slopes. The night deepens, settling into the ravine like a slow descent of cold water. The forest above feels alive in a new way, not with wind or animals, but with quiet, deliberate movement. The Germans do not attack in force. They do not rush the slopes or attempt to overwhelm the men below. Instead, they press in with patience, shaping the battalion's awareness with sound, shadow, and calculated disruption. A rustle along the left ridge draws a burst of attention. Men tighten their grips, eyes straining through the dim light. A twig snaps. A faint footfall follows. None of it forms a clear target. The battalion holds its fire, disciplined, waiting. Moments later, a scattering of small arms fire snaps from the opposite ridge. Quick, loose shots meant less to hit than to signal. Bullets strike bark, sending splinters drifting down the slopes. One ricochets off a rock with a sharp, metallic ping that echoes across the ravine. The men flatten instinctively, adjusting their positions. You sense how this pattern begins to shape the night. Pressure from one side, pressure from the other, never at the same moment, never sustained. The goal is not confusion. It is exhaustion. The enemy is drawing a line around the battalion, tightening it one probing strike at a time. Whittlesey moves along the ravine floor, checking each sector. His voice remains low, steady. He warns his officers against wasting ammunition. The battalion has supplies, but not enough for a prolonged siege. Every round matters. Every burst from the machine guns must have purpose. The men nod, absorbing the instruction with sober understanding. On the slopes, soldiers build their own rhythm. A man sights along his rifle, scans the tree line, and relaxes only fractionally when nothing appears. Another checks the angle of his firing position, ensuring he can cover the approach without exposing himself. Machine gun teams keep their weapons trained but silent, saving their strength for when clarity appears. Small details begin to erode the battalion's sense of connection to the wider front. A runner dispatched earlier to the flanks has not returned. The signallers receive only static and fragmented noise. The pigeons sent earlier have not brought replies. These facts echo quietly through the chain of command, unspoken among the men but felt nonetheless. Support should be visible by now. Relief should be nearing. But the forest stretches around them without hint of friendly presence. Shortly after midnight, the enemy grows bolder. A volley of rifle fire erupts along the northern ridge, sharper and more concentrated than before. Bullets dig into the earth, tear through branches, strike stones with flat thuds. A shout goes up from the battalion's left flank as one man is hit, a grazing wound, painful but not fatal. The medic moves quickly, crouching beside him in the dirt to dress the injury. The battalion responds with controlled fire, rifles lighting the slopes with brief flashes. Their shots seem to hit nothing. The enemy withdraws after a few seconds, melting back into the trees as if swallowed. Silence returns, thicker and heavier than before. You notice how the men react not with panic, but with a hardening focus. Their world is shrinking. The battalion becomes a circle of vigilance, every sense attuned to the slightest disturbance. No one speaks unless necessary. Even coughing is subdued. They hold themselves in the tension between readiness and restraint. A second volley arrives an hour later, this time from a different direction. The timing is deliberate, spaced exactly far enough from the first to deny rest. Whittlesey reinforces his earlier orders: conserve ammunition, maintain fire discipline. The men adhere to his instructions, though fatigue laces their movements. By the early hours of morning, the pattern is unmistakable. The Germans are tightening the perimeter, not in open engagement, but in a steady, methodical constriction. They are learning the battalion's layout, testing its angles, mapping its strengths. waiting for the moment to press harder. The ravine itself seems to participate, funneling sound, amplifying each shot, giving the impression of more movement than the eye can confirm. Darkness hides the enemy, but highlights their intent. You sense the pressure settling onto the battalion like an unseen weight. They have held the slopes. They have responded with discipline. But the night has made clear what the forest hinted all along. They are no longer advancing as part of a line. They are holding against a ring. As dawn approaches, the men remain in position, weary, mud-streaked, eyes strained from scanning the dark, waiting for whatever the light will reveal. They do not know that the night's probing has set the stage for something more sustained. The forest has begun its work. At dawn, the encirclement shows its shape. Morning arrives not as a brightening, but as a slow loosening of the dark. The ravine shifts from black to a watered-down grey, the kind of dim light that provides shape but not detail. The men on the slopes straighten stiff backs, blinking hard, muscles stiff from tension and cold. No one truly slept. Rest came only in brief, shallow breaths between rifle cracks and distant rustling. With the light comes clarity, and with clarity, confirmation. The enemy has not withdrawn during the night. They have taken position around the battalion. As the sun struggles through the canopy, small glints appear along the ridgelines. The reflection of metal, the faint sheen of helmets, the subtle movement of shadows against the trees. The Germans remain partially concealed, but more visible than before, close enough to mark the battalion's defensive layout, far enough to avoid immediate retaliation. The first heavy exchange of the morning begins without warning. A burst of rifle fire snaps across the left flank, more intense and sustained than any shot during the night. Bullets tear into the earth, strike branches, and ricochet off the rocks with sharp echoes. The men respond quickly, firing upward in controlled bursts. Their shots spark brief flashes along the ridge, but the enemy shifts positions too quickly to track. Then another burst erupts from the right, almost precisely timed to follow the first. It forces the battalion to redistribute attention, pulling energy in two directions at once. Machine gun teams brace themselves, ready to fire, but Whittlesey holds the order. The angles are bad, and the ammunition too precious for guesswork. You observe how the ravine acts like a resonant chamber. Each shot multiplies, bouncing off the walls, magnifying the sense of pressure. The men cannot easily gauge distance. Every sound feels near. Every shadow seems purposeful. The enemy volley tapers off. Silence returns as abruptly as the attack began. But it is not the silence of retreat. It is the silence of adjustment. They are repositioning. Scouts along the upper edges report movement, small groups shifting between trees, forming new vantage points. Nothing large, nothing frontal, just enough to maintain pressure and observe the battalion's reactions. Whittlesey gathers his officers. Their conference is brief, spoken in low tones beside the ravine wall. They discuss firing arcs, ration levels, the depleted number of runners who have failed to return. They calculate distances to the flanks, estimates, not certainties. They consider the likelihood that other units are still advancing. The likelihood grows smaller with each passing hour. One lieutenant, pale with fatigue, suggests probing back toward the original line of advance. Whittlesey rejects it gently but firmly. Without reliable information, a withdrawal through the ravine could be catastrophic. The battalion could run directly into enemy formations. Better to hold defensible ground than gamble on unverified routes. You sense the strain in this decision. Holding feels necessary, but it also means accepting isolation. Shortly after the conference, the first messenger pigeon of the morning is prepared. The handler writes quickly, in a cramped script. Under fire. Position surrounded. Need support. Coordinates unchanged. The bird launches upward, wings beating hard against the heavy air, climbing toward the break in the canopy. For a moment, the men track its ascent, a brief symbol of connection to the wider war. Then it vanishes behind the trees. Almost immediately afterward, the Germans test the perimeter again, this time with machine guns. The first burst rakes the upper slope, sending men diving lower behind roots and stones. The second burst follows a different angle, stitching the ground with sharp impacts. Shouts ring out, orders to hold fire unless clear targets appear. Ammunition is too limited to waste. Machine gun crews grip their weapons tightly, waiting for a clear line. They find none. The enemy guns fall silent after a short period, their purpose achieved. They have measured the battalion's reaction. They have reminded the men that they are under observation from multiple angles. As the morning stretches into midday, the attacks remain sporadic, never enough to overwhelm, always enough to tire. The encirclement is not just physical, it is psychological. The Germans are shaping the battlefield, tightening the ring, preparing for the moment when pressure becomes force. You witness how the battalion adapts. They do not break. They do not falter. They settle deeper into their positions, conserving strength. But their world is shrinking, hour by hour. By the time the sun reaches its highest point, barely visible as a muted glow filtered through the trees, the men understand a truth that no message has yet confirmed. They are cut off, and the forest, indifferent and immense, seals that truth around them. The first casualties. By early afternoon, the pressure around the ravine shifts again. The morning's probing fire has served its purpose. The enemy has mapped the battalion's defenses, identified angles of vulnerability, and tested response times. Now, the Germans begin to tighten the perimeter with greater precision. It starts with a single shot. A rifle cracks from the ridge directly opposite the battalion's central position. The bullet whistles into the ravine and strikes a man along the lower slope, a quiet, capable corporal from one of the forward platoons. He falls without a cry, rolling partway down the bank before another soldier catches him. The wound is deep, tearing through the shoulder and into the chest. Medics rush to him, working quickly, hands steady even as earth crumbles around them. He lives, but only barely. The battalion absorbs the sight silently. This is not the first time they've seen a comrade fall, but something about this moment settles differently. The first casualty confirms what the forest has been suggesting since dawn. The enemy is no longer testing them. The enemy is beginning to strike with purpose. Moments later, another shot echoes from a different ridge. It shatters a branch inches above a machine gun crew, showering them with bark and splinters. The men duck instinctively, adjusting their angle and scanning for the source. Nothing reveals itself. The Germans remain hidden among the trees, firing from positions designed to obscure origins and deny retaliation. The medic team moves the wounded corporal to a shallow depression near the ravine wall. They work by touch as much as sight, tearing open bandages, checking for exit wounds, pressing cloth against persistent bleeding. The man's breathing is ragged, but he clings to consciousness. He looks up once, scanning the dim canopy, and murmurs something unintelligible. Then he goes still again, suspended between pain and exhaustion. You notice how the battalion reacts not with panic, but with a quiet tightening of resolve. Faces harden. Movements grow sharper. Men adjust their firing positions, lowering their profiles behind roots, stones, and shallow earthworks. The ravine, which felt constricting before, now feels like a fragile shell, one strike away from cracking. The next exchange comes sooner than expected. Two near-simultaneous shots ring out from different flanks. This time, one finds its mark. A young private, crouched near a tree root, jerks backward as a bullet grazes the side of his neck. Blood wells immediately. His nearest comrade pulls him deeper into cover, pressing cloth against the wound while calling for the medic. The private's hands tremble as he tries to steady his breath. The medic arrives quickly, whispering instructions, working in small, efficient motions. Another soldier shields him with his body, watching the ridgeline for additional fire. The scene unfolds in the narrow space between aggression and care, between danger and discipline. The Germans pause their fire again, a rhythm now familiar. They strike, draw blood, withdraw. Every shot carries intent. Every silence gives room for dread to grow. Whittlesey receives a report from one of the scouts. Enemy positions have shifted farther along the ridge, suggesting coordinated movement. The lieutenant delivering the report has mud streaked across his face, his breathing unsteady. He speaks quietly, but the meaning behind his words is clear. The ring is closing. Whittlesey nods, absorbing the information without comment. He instructs the officers to reinforce positions along the southern slope, redistribute ammunition, and prepare for increased pressure. He also drafts another message for the pigeons, this one terser, edged with urgency. Under sustained fire. Casualties mounting. Need artillery. Need relief. The pigeon handler hesitates before releasing the bird. Not out of fear, but out of concern that this message, like the ones before it, may vanish into the indifferent sky. Still, the bird launches upward, wings beating through the thin shaft of light before disappearing beyond the canopy. You observe how the battalion carries on with grim efficiency. No one speaks of isolation. No one speculates openly about the flanks. They work, each task essential, clearing firing lanes, steadying hands, rationing water, tightening straps on equipment. Their world has contracted to the boundaries of the ravine, but within those boundaries, discipline holds. Late in the afternoon, a more severe exchange erupts. Machine gun fire, sharper and more sustained, rakes the upper ridge. The battalion responds with controlled volleys. Men shout warnings. Dirt sprays into the air as bullets strike the bank beside them. A sergeant takes a round to the thigh, crumpling with a gasp. Another soldier drags him behind a fallen log as the medic rushes forward. The forest echoes with overlapping reports, then falls silent again. The cost becomes clear in the brief stillness that follows. The wounded groan softly. The medic team works without pause. The anxiety in the ravine thickens, settling like fog. These are the first casualties of the battalion's encirclement. Not the last. The men sense it. Whittlesey senses it. Even the forest seems to acknowledge it. You feel the shift most of all, the moment when the battalion transitions from holding a position to enduring a siege. It has begun in earnest. A tightening ring of fire. The afternoon wears on, each minute marked by tension rather than time. The men cling to their positions along the ravine's slopes, eyes fixed on the ridgelines. The forest around them seems to breathe, contracting with bursts of gunfire, expanding into heavy silence. The Germans maintain control of the rhythm, striking just long enough to cause disruption, then fading back into the cover of the trees. For the battalion, this rhythm is corrosive. A private near the western slope spots movement, a flicker behind a tree trunk, a dark shape shifting. Before he can confirm it, a rifle shot flashes from the same direction. The bullet strikes the ground inches from his hand. He jerks back, heart hammering, shouting a warning. His squad responds instantly, sending a short burst of return fire. The rounds disappear into the undergrowth without a sound. Moments later, on the opposite ridge, another cluster of shots tears through the branches. A soldier on the upper slope is hit in the arm. He tumbles backward, shouting in pain as two companions scramble to pull him behind cover. A medic arrives a few breaths later, kneeling in the mud, applying a tourniquet while bullets snap overhead. The injured man grits his teeth, eyes squeezed shut, breath sharp and uneven. The battalion absorbs each casualty quietly, but with growing strain. The Germans intensify their harassment. A handful of them advance to new positions along the southern ridge, firing short bursts to force the men on that flank to shift. Another group moves along the northern side, probing at different angles. They are not charging. They are shaping the battlefield, tightening the enclosure one careful adjustment at a time. You observe how the pattern becomes unmistakable. They are preparing for something larger. Whittlesey studies the evolving situation from the ravine floor. His officers deliver reports in hushed, steady voices. Ammunition remains sufficient for now, but cannot be wasted. The wounded are accumulating, not enough to overwhelm the medics yet, but enough to thin the lines. Scouts report more enemy shapes moving in the distance, too far for precise counts but numerous enough to matter. Still no reply from headquarters. Still no return pigeons. Still no sign of Allied flanks advancing. Whittlesey sends another message upward, coded and concise. Encirclement confirmed. Under fire from multiple ridges. Request barrage on coordinates. The signalers attempt to transmit it, their equipment crackling with static. They tap patiently, adjusting knobs, hoping the message punches through the interference. When they try to listen for a response, all they hear is a hollow hiss. Around them, the forest closes in further. Mid-afternoon brings a momentary lull, not peace, but an uncomfortable stillness. The men on the slopes shift stiff legs, adjust helmets, wipe mud from their rifles. A few sip water sparingly, knowing resupply is uncertain. The medics check their remaining bandages and morphine, taking inventory while they can. This lull becomes its own form of pressure. The enemy is not gone. The enemy is repositioning. A scout climbs partway up the eastern slope to check a blind angle. He freezes. Then he ducks low and scrambles back down, breathing hard. His report is quick and urgent. More Germans. Moving in squads. Establishing firing lines. Not attacking yet, but preparing. Before Whittlesey can redistribute forces, the next barrage comes. Machine gun fire erupts from the southern ridge, a heavy, sustained burst that rips into the upper slope, throwing dirt and fragments into the air. Men press themselves tight against whatever cover they can find. One soldier takes a bullet through his forearm. He staggers, stunned, before being pulled to safety by a sergeant. Seconds later, a second machine gun opens from the north, its rounds slicing diagonally across the ravine. The pattern is coordinated, not chaotic. The Germans are testing overlapping fields of fire, forcing the battalion into tighter defensive pockets. The ravine becomes a cage of sound, slashing reports, echoes ricocheting off the walls, shouted warnings drowned out by the chaos. Yet through it all, the battalion maintains control. Return fire is measured. Machine gun teams respond only when they have a clear line. Rifles flash with precision, not panic. Still, the cost rises. Another man is hit near the western slope, a clean shot to the leg. He collapses, screaming. Two soldiers drag him back, slipping in the mud as bullets tear through the branches above them. The medic rushes to him, knee in the dirt, working quickly despite incoming fire. The Germans fall silent once more after several minutes, retreating into cover. The ravine echoes with fading gunfire, then settles into an uneasy quiet. The men take stock, several more wounded, ammunition slightly diminished, nerves frayed. You notice how the battalion adjusts to each wave of pressure. They do not despair. They do not panic. They tighten lines. They reinforce positions. They watch and wait. But beneath their discipline lies a growing understanding. The enemy ring is nearly complete, and the attacks, measured, deliberate, are only the beginning. As the light dips toward evening, the battalion prepares for the next escalation. They will not have to wait long. The forest narrows. Evening approaches slowly, turning the ravine into a muted landscape of grays and fading outlines. The air cools, carrying the smell of damp soil and spent gunpowder. Smoke from earlier exchanges hangs lightly across the slopes, never thick enough to obscure vision, but present enough to deepen the sense of confinement. The battalion braces itself for renewed fire, but the forest holds its silence a little longer. The absence of immediate attack is not relief. It is expectation. The Germans are not finished. They are adjusting. Men shift positions on the slopes, checking angles and clearing lines of sight between roots and stones. Machine gun crews adjust their stances, studying potential approach routes. The medics reorganize their supplies, laying out bandages and morphine in the narrow dry patches they've claimed as makeshift aid stations. Whittlesey moves among them all, offering steadying words where needed, observing the ground with the calm of a man who understands the trap fully, yet refuses to let it dictate panic. Then the forest begins to stir again. A single rifle shot cracks across the ravine, striking a tree trunk near the northern slope. The impact sends bark flying. The men there flatten instantly, scanning for movement. A second shot follows, and this one finds its mark. A soldier on the crest jerks backward as a round grazes his temple, leaving a thin line of blood. His comrades pull him down, whispering reassurances as the medic scrambles up the incline. Before the medic reaches him, fire erupts from the opposite ridge. This volley is wider, more measured, more confident. Bullets stitch the slopes, digging into the earth and snapping branches overhead. The battalion returns fire in controlled bursts, aiming at the dark shapes flickering between the trees. Some rounds strike stone. Others vanish into the shadowed undergrowth. The enemy remains elusive, shifting positions after each shot. You notice how the ravine funnels the sound, magnifying each report into a rolling echo that blurs direction. The men do not rely on hearing alone. They read the ground, the angles, the rhythm of enemy fire. Even under pressure, their discipline holds. The medics manage to reach the wounded man on the crest. His cut is shallow, more shocking than deadly. They patch him quickly, pressing gauze to the wound and securing it with a strip of cloth. He winces, nods once, and crawls back into position. The slopes cannot spare anyone. Moments later, a new threat emerges, not from the ridges, but from the dense underbrush along the ravine's upper edge. Movement. Multiple shapes. A small German patrol attempting to probe the perimeter. They do not fire immediately. They advance quietly, testing the battalion's awareness. A sergeant spots them first, raising his hand in a sharp signal. The men along the slope shift silently, aiming into the brush. The Germans freeze, then scatter as a coordinated volley erupts from the battalion's position. The exchange is brief but decisive. The enemy patrol withdraws quickly, leaving behind no clear casualties, only the rustling of disturbed leaves and the fading thump of retreating boots. But their intent is clear. They are searching for weak points. The battalion understands the message without needing words. As darkness thickens, the enemy fire grows more sporadic but more targeted. Sniper shots crack from unexpected angles. A machine gun rattles briefly, forcing men to take cover, then falls silent again. The Germans are not trying to break through tonight. They are shaping the battalion's defense, pressing it into smaller pockets, narrowing the usable space within the ravine. And the battalion, for all its discipline, is beginning to feel the compression. A soldier near the southern slope mutters quietly that the air feels different now, heavier, as if the forest itself has drawn closer. His companion nods, but says nothing. They are all aware of it, the subtle narrowing of space, the shrinking sense of escape. The ravine walls, which once offered protection, now seem to lean inward. Whittlesey gathers his officers for another brief conference. Their faces are drawn but steady. They talk through possible relief routes, discuss the wounded count, recalculate ammunition levels. They decide to rotate some of the most exhausted men, though rotation means little in a space this confined. Still no word from the flanks. Still no returning pigeons. Still no signal breakthrough. As night descends fully, the forest falls into its most oppressive quiet yet. Not absence, but anticipation. The men settle back into their firing positions, gripping their rifles, listening for footsteps, rustling leaves, whispered commands. You feel it as they do, the forest narrowing, the ring tightening, the unseen enemy preparing for the next stage. The battalion holds its breath in the dim dark, waiting for the moment when pressure turns into assault. It will not be long. The day the forest erupted. Dawn arrives in fractured pieces, thin strands of grey filtering through the canopy, pooling weakly along the ravine floor. The men along the slopes blink against the new light, their eyes gritty from a night spent awake, weapons steady in their hands. The air is colder than before, the kind of cold that seeps into sleeves and collars, tightening muscles and sharpening breath. No one expects quiet to last. The battalion has learned the rhythm. Silence is the enemy's inhale. The first sign comes not from gunfire but from movement. A faint rustling along the northern ridge, subtle enough that only the two scouts positioned high on the slope notice it. One raises a hand to signal. The other leans forward, squinting into the thick tangle of trees. The sound grows, branches shifting, leaves brushing, the weight of feet finding deliberate purchase. Then the forest erupts. A torrent of rifle fire crashes through the trees, pouring down into the ravine in a sudden, coordinated wave. Bullets slice through branches, tear through bark, kick up bursts of damp earth. The slopes explode with noise. Men flatten themselves instinctively, returning fire in sharp, disciplined bursts. You feel the change immediately. This is not probing. This is pressure, sustained, synchronized, purposeful. Machine gun teams snap into action. One crew along the eastern slope swings their weapon toward a point of concentrated movement. They fire short, controlled bursts, the muzzle flash lighting their faces in stuttering flickers. The returning rounds stitch the ridge, forcing German riflemen into cover but not halting their advance entirely. Whittlesey gives orders in rapid, calm phrases. Hold fire until targets are clear. Conserve ammunition. Reinforce the northern slope. Runners dart through the ravine, heads low, feet slipping on mud as they relay instructions. The wounded are pulled back by comrades or slide down the banks under their own power, leaving streaks of dirt and blood. The enemy changes tactics. On the western ridge, a second wave of fire opens, heavier, closer, almost level with the battalion's upper positions. A German squad has moved into a vantage point during the night. Their fire is precise, aimed at machine gun nests and clusters of soldiers. One machine gun crew is struck. A gunner crumples with a sharp cry, blood darkening his collar. His assistant drags him behind a root structure while another man takes his place, gripping the weapon with steady hands despite the chaos. The Germans press harder. Shadows flicker behind trees, coordinated movement, squads advancing by bounds. They are not charging the ravine. They are tightening positions, sealing exits, creating overlapping fields of fire. Their strategy is methodical: suppress, isolate, constrict. The battalion responds with equal discipline. They shift their arcs. They counter bursts with measured volleys. They refuse to waste ammunition on uncertain targets. Yet despite their control, the pressure builds. A storm of bullets rains down near the southern slope, where a section of the battalion holds a narrower position. A ricochet strikes a soldier's helmet, knocking him backward. Another man takes a graze along the forearm. The medic arrives immediately, pressing cloth to the wound while rounds snap overhead. You sense how the ravine itself amplifies the chaos. Every shot echoes twice. Every shout reverberates. Direction becomes guesswork. Still, the battalion holds. Whittlesey moves with methodical composure, issuing quiet orders, checking ammunition stock, coordinating fire lines. His calm becomes a brace for the men, a steadying presence in the compressed violence. The enemy fire intensifies again, a third wave. This time, it comes from all sides. Rifles from the north. Machine gun bursts from the east. Sniper fire from the west. Brief, sharp volleys from the south. A full ring. A full test. A man near the western slope is hit high in the shoulder. He collapses into the mud, groaning. Two soldiers pull him back, dragging him toward the medics. Another soldier takes a bullet to the calf and bites down on his sleeve to keep from shouting. Still the battalion holds. They fire only when sure. They duck low between volleys. They pass ammunition hand to hand along the slope. Machine gun crews shift position by inches, seeking better angles. But as the battle stretches deeper into the morning, one truth becomes undeniable. The enemy is no longer testing. The enemy is shaping the siege. The Germans do not storm the ravine. They tighten the perimeter with fire, pushing the battalion into deeper exhaustion, forcing them to defend more often than they can breathe. By mid-morning, the air is thick with smoke and the sharp smell of cordite. The wounded lie in small clusters along the ravine walls. Medics move constantly, sleeves rolled, hands slick with mud and blood. And through it all, the enemy's strategy becomes brutally clear. Starve them. Isolate them. Break them with pressure, not assault. You feel it settle over the ravine, a new weight, heavier than bullets. The battle for the Lost Battalion has entered its next phase. Pinned from every direction. By late morning, the pattern has shifted again. What began as bursts of pressure has become a constant presence, not a full attack, but a suffocating ring of fire that prevents movement, consumes attention, and drains strength. The battalion is no longer simply defending a position. They are holding space inside a tightening vice. The slopes tremble with near-constant impacts. Leaves fall in small showers. Roots split under repeated strikes. Men keep their heads low, speaking only when necessary. The ravine, which once felt protective, now feels like a funnel narrowing to a single point. A sniper positioned on the northern ridge takes a shot at one of the lookouts. The bullet strikes the earth inches from his cheek, showering him with grit. The man rolls out of sight, heart pounding, whispering a warning. Another soldier crawls up to take his place, scanning the ridge through a narrow gap between two stones. You watch how the men adapt by instinct. They shift positions by inches, never exposing the same angle twice. They use roots as shields, rocks as pivot points, mud as camouflage. The ravine is unforgiving terrain, but it teaches its own lessons quickly. The enemy fire grows sharper without growing louder. It is honed, not wild. Deliberate, not exhaustive. A burst on the southern slope forces a squad to flatten themselves. A bullet tears through a corporal's pack, spilling rations down the bank. Another round grazes a rifle, snapping the wood near the barrel. The soldier holding it barely flinches, flipping the weapon to inspect the damage before shifting to a backup pistol. Machine gun crews become the focus of repeated attention. German fire seeks them relentlessly, trying to silence the battalion's heaviest weapons. One crew near the eastern slope manages to hold their line until a sniper's shot hits the ammo can beside their position, sending fragments of metal flying. A loader cries out as a shard cuts deep into his thigh. His team drags him behind cover while another man takes his place, hands steady despite the blood on the rocks. The medic reaches him seconds later, sliding into the shallow pit with practiced ease. His sleeves are matted with dried and fresh blood. His hands move fast, cut the fabric, locate the wound, apply pressure. He murmurs something low and steady, not comfort but instruction. The wounded man grits his teeth, nodding. You sense how the medics become the quiet backbone of the ravine. They do not fire. They do not shout. They move with urgency and calm, stitching the battalion together through the worst moments. Across the ravine, a different pattern emerges. The Germans are circling, shifting their fire from ridge to ridge, trying to find the seam, the tiny edge where the battalion's lines might be thinnest. Whittlesey reads this instantly. He moves along the ravine floor, coordinating movements through runners, his posture unyielding even as bullets snap overhead. He redirects men from the less pressed slopes, shifts ammunition to hot spots, recalculates firing angles based on the forest's contours. His calm spreads through the ranks in ways words cannot. He does not pretend they are safe. He does not deny the tightening ring. He simply refuses to let the battalion break its shape. Then the encirclement sharpens further. A sudden volley erupts from the western ridge, closer than before, too close for comfort. The rounds dig into the upper slope and send loose rocks tumbling down. One rock strikes a soldier's ankle, knocking him off balance. Before he can recover, a bullet clips his shoulder. He cries out, falling to the mud. His squad mates reach him under fire, dragging him back by the straps of his gear. Moments later, the northern ridge responds with another volley. Then the southern. Then the eastern. The forest is speaking in all directions. The battalion replies with steady discipline. No wild shots. No wasted ammunition. Their firing is methodical, even under duress. But the strain shows. A rifle jams. A bayonet breaks at the hilt. A man vomits quietly beside a root, nerves and exhaustion intertwining. Another soldier's hands shake as he reloads, not fear, but muscle fatigue. You notice how the ravine itself becomes a character, part shelter, part cage. It absorbs bullets, hides men, offers angles for defense. But it also traps sound, limits movement, denies retreat. Every man in the battalion understands this duality now. No one speaks it aloud. They do not need to. By midday, the gunfire eases again, not a retreat, but a pause, a recalibration. The Germans are resetting their lines for the next wave. The battalion uses the lull to tend the wounded, patch weapons, redistribute ammunition. The air is thick with smoke, dust, and the metallic tang of blood. A few men close their eyes for seconds at a time, the closest thing they'll have to rest. Still no word from the flanks. Still no returning pigeons. Still no signal breakthrough. Isolation has hardened into reality. You feel it in the stillness, the knowledge that the battalion now stands alone at the bottom of a ravine, surrounded, exhausted, and yet unbroken. For the Germans, the next phase is simple: tighten further. Holding the slopes. The pause lasts only minutes, enough for the men to breathe, to swallow hard, to blink smoke from their eyes, but not enough for rest. The forest, heavy with silence, seems to lean inward once more. Then, with a suddenness that feels inevitable, the next wave begins. This time, the fire is concentrated. A German machine gun opens from the northern ridge with a rattling burst that tears through branches and kicks up streams of dirt from the slope below. Short, sharp bursts slash through the underbrush. The bullets punch clean holes through leaves, crack against roots, and scatter bark like dust. A soldier on the crest takes a round to the forearm and collapses with a shout. Two men crawl up to him, pulling him back as the medic arrives moments later, mud splashing around his knees as he works. You observe how the medics move now. Faster, more instinctive. Their hands no longer shake. They have settled into the grim rhythm of the siege. They know who can be saved. They know who cannot. They do not waste time or motion. They patch what they can, stabilize the rest, and move on. Whittlesey sends runners along the ravine floor, checking flanks, confirming that every slope remains manned. Their breaths come fast as they dodge falling debris and low rounds, slipping on mud polished slick by boots and blood. Still, they run. The battalion holds because they keep running. The enemy shifts tactics again. A sudden flare arcs above the treeline, illuminating the ravine in a ghostly white glow. The men flinch, not from light, but from what light means. If they are lit, they are mapped. If they are mapped, they will be hit. Seconds later, German riflemen pour fire into the newly revealed positions. The battalion ducks low. Roots, stones, and thin walls of earth become shields once more. One flare dies out, only for another to rise a minute later. A rhythm, a method. Fire. Light. Dark. Fire again. A private near the central slope cries out as a bullet tears through his side. His squad leader grabs him under the arms, dragging him down the embankment as rounds pepper the ground around them. Two men cover their retreat, firing steadily despite the terrible angle. When they reach the ravine floor, the medic is already there. Blood pours through the private's fingers, staining the soil black. The medic applies pressure with quiet urgency, issuing instructions to the men around him. The private groans, the sound muffled by the forest's living walls. Still the battalion holds. Then another attack comes, this one from the western ridge. Short, controlled bursts. Closer, more calculated. The Germans have found a blind angle. A sergeant orders his men to shift their line 2 meters down the slope. It is a small adjustment, but a dangerous one. Movement invites fire. As the men reposition, bullets slice the air above their helmets. One soldier slips in the mud, colliding with a root. He scrambles to regain his footing while rounds strike the earth beside him. He makes it. The entire squad does. The line bends, but does not break. You feel the ravine tightening with every exchange. The battalion's world grows smaller. The slopes feel steeper. The walls feel higher. The sky feels farther away. A few rifles show signs of overheating. their barrels cool in the damp air, metal hissing faintly when touched. As the afternoon bleeds into evening, the attacks do not stop, but they change. The Germans fire less intensely, but more precisely. Sniper shots crack from hidden pockets. Machine gun bursts sweep narrow corridors. Shadows shift too quickly to track. The ring is no longer tightening. It is set. The battalion has no room to maneuver, no route to retreat, no silence to rest in. Yet through it all, their formation holds, battered, strained, but intact. In the fading light, you sense the truth taking shape across the ravine. They are surrounded, but not broken. The forest presses close, but has not swallowed them. And the enemy, watching from the ridges, knows that breaking them will require more than fire. It will require time. No food, no water. By the next morning, the battalion has settled into the grim logic of the siege. They understand now, fully, irrevocably, that relief has not arrived, that reinforcement is not minutes away, that the forest around them does not hide friendly uniforms. And as the enemy tightens pressure from the ridges, another force begins tightening within the ravine itself. Hunger, thirst, and the slow collapse of the body. The battalion's rations were never abundant. They advanced too quickly. Supply lines were confused, delayed, misdirected. Messages didn't reach the rear. Miscommunication layered itself quietly into the situation, unnoticed until now, when it matters most. By dawn, what little food remains is sparse enough to count individually. A half tin of beef here, a hardened biscuit there, scraps of chocolate smashed into dust inside a man's pocket. There is no breakfast, only the memory of one. You witness men sitting in small groups along the ravine floor, sharing whatever small fragments they have left. No one asks for more. No one complains. They simply eat what they are given, or pretend to, and tuck away what remains for a moment when exhaustion surges dangerously. But water is the deeper concern. Canteens are nearly empty. Some hold nothing at all. Others contain only a few sips. The ravine's narrow stream, which yesterday seemed like a potential blessing, now reeks of rot. A mule lies dead upstream. The battalion saw it fall the day before, struck by enemy fire. Its body has contaminated the water. The men know what drinking from that stream might mean: disease, stomach cramps, potential collapse. Still, the thirst grows. Mouths dry, lips crack, tongues stick to the roof of the mouth. One private, young and trembling, kneels at the edge of the foul water. He cups his hands, hesitating. A sergeant grips his arm, silently shaking his head. The private nods, stands, swallows hard, wipes mud from his palms. The thirst remains. Whittlesey takes stock of the situation with clinical clarity. He orders strict rationing, no drinking unless absolutely necessary, no one depleting their supply at once. The officers reinforce it down the line. Men listen. Some nod. Others stare quietly at the ground. You sense how physical weakness begins to slip into the battalion's posture. A man climbing the slope to relieve another pauses halfway, chest heaving, legs trembling. Another soldier's hands shake so severely he fumbles a cartridge. A third sits heavily beside a root, eyes unfocused, head lowering until a comrade nudges him awake. The ravine amplifies every sign of exhaustion. The wounded moan softly, needing water for morphine, for swallowing bandages, for simply staying alive. The medics do what they can, moistening lips with tiny drops, conserving every possible sip. Gunfire punctuates the suffering. Short volleys tear across the ridges every few minutes, forcing men to brace themselves physically and mentally. Each burst drains what little strength remains, replacing it with tension that tightens muscles already starving for rest. A runner collapses while climbing the slope, not from injury but from sheer dehydration. Two men lift him, carrying him down the bank, laying him gently beside the medics. His eyes stay open, blinking slowly. He tries to speak, but produces only a faint rasp. The medic tilts his canteen, letting a single drop fall into the runner's mouth. That is all he can spare. Whittlesey moves among the lines with steady steps, but even he is visibly strained. His voice remains calm, but it carries a dryness that wasn't there the day before. His instructions are clipped, efficient. He knows that conserving energy, breath, movement, emotion is now part of survival. The men watch him with a mixture of admiration and unspoken fear. If the major falters, what then? If the officers lose strength, who holds the line? The forest does not care. The ridges do not care. The men understand this, but they also understand each other. A corporal tears his last biscuit in half, handing the larger piece to the man beside him. A machine gunner quietly gives his only remaining sip of water to a badly wounded comrade. A scout returns from the slope, panting, refusing rest until he delivers his report. The enemy is still there, closer than before. Hunger gnaws. Thirst scorches. Weakness spreads like an unseen fog. But the lines hold. You feel the weight of the ravine now not as a place, but as a pressure, on ribs, on lungs, on thought, on spirit. The Lost Battalion is not yet broken, but the battle inside their bodies has begun, and it is every bit as dangerous as the fire from the ridges. Worsening conditions. By midday, the battalion's world has shrunk to the size of the ravine, not just physically, but mentally. Hunger becomes a dull ache that pulses with each heartbeat. Thirst grows more insistent, tightening throats, drying tongues, making speech effortful. Weakness settles into the limbs like silt in water. Yet the enemy pressure continues without pause. From the ridges above, the Germans fire intermittent bursts, not enough to force a collapse, but enough to keep the battalion pinned. Each volley saps a little more of their strength. Each bullet that tears through a branch or kicks dirt into a man's face reminds them that the perimeter is not porous, not shaky, but controlled. And through this pressure comes a slower, more insidious enemy: exhaustion. You see it first in the smallest movements: a soldier blinking too long, another losing focus during a reload, a man slumping against the slope and needing a nudge to stay alert. The officers notice it too. They rotate men more frequently, though rotation means shifting from one miserable position to another. The medics do their best to keep the wounded stable, but their supplies are dwindling. Bandages are torn from shirts. Water is rationed drop by drop. Morphine is measured with precision, reserved for the worst pain. Whittlesey sends another carrier pigeon. The message is stark: running out of food and water. Encirclement tightening. Position sustained under heavy fire. Need relief immediately. The handler releases the bird with a tight jaw. It climbs through the narrow slice of sky, then vanishes. The men watch it leave with the same fragile hope they had the day before. But hope feels thinner now. As the day heats slightly, though the ravine remains cool, the smell of rot grows stronger. The mule's corpse upstream has begun to bloat, the water around it darkening. Flies gather in clusters. Even the men who tried to ignore it yesterday now gag when the breeze shifts. A small group of soldiers sits near the ravine wall, staring at their canteens. One shakes his, listening to the faintest slosh. Another runs a finger along the inside to gather droplets. A third hesitates, then unscrews the cap, only to find emptiness. No one speaks. There is nothing to say. You notice hunger beginning to affect judgment. A soldier climbs halfway up the slope to scout, but his steps wobble. He misjudges his footing, sending a small cascade of stones rolling down. A bullet streaks into the ravine seconds later, a warning. He retreats, breathing hard, ashamed of the noise. Another man, barely 20, stares blankly at the ridge for too long. A sergeant touches his shoulder. The young soldier startles violently, nearly firing his rifle in reflex. Every gesture is heavier now. Every mistake holds greater risk. Medical conditions worsen. A wounded man begins to shake uncontrollably, fever rising. Another moans endlessly, delirious with pain and dehydration. A third lies silent with a chest wound, eyes open but unfocused, his breaths shallow. The medics speak in quick bursts: triage, priority, infection, loss of blood. Their movements stay efficient, but fatigue shadows their faces. Gunfire interrupts even these moments. A sudden burst from the western ridge tears into the slope, kicking up soil. Two soldiers duck low. One isn't quick enough. His helmet jerks violently from a grazing shot. He falls backward, stunned, clutching his head as a medic rushes to him. Shouts ripple along the line. Hold fire! Wait! Conserve it! Discipline holds, even as bodies weaken. The Germans shift positions again, adjusting for better sight lines. A sniper's crack echoes sharply. Another man drops his rifle and clutches his hand, blood dripping between his fingers. His partner drags him back as the line closes. Whittlesey surveys the ravine. His jaw tightens, not in fear, but calculation. He knows what the men know. They cannot endure this indefinitely. Still, withdrawal is impossible. The enemy dominates every angle of escape. Retreat would scatter the battalion across killing fields of trees and mud. So they hold. And as they hold, the forest presses deeper into their bodies. Hearts pounding in dehydrated chests, muscles trembling, stomachs knotting, eyes burning, breath growing sharp and shallow. You sense the slow erosion, not dramatic, not sudden, but relentless. The battalion's strength is being eaten away grain by grain. Yet none of them speak of surrender. None suggest abandoning the ravine. None call for retreat. Their world is shrinking, but their refusal is not. The ravine turns against them. By late afternoon, the ravine itself begins to feel less like ground they are defending and more like something alive. A tightening rib cage, a lung that exhales cold air, a trap closing with slow, deliberate force. Every sound echoes strangely now. A shuffle of boots becomes a warning. A broken twig snaps like a rifle crack. Breathing itself feels too loud. The men have begun to move differently, slower, heavier, as though the air has thickened. Their bodies, deprived of water and calories, refuse sharp movements. Muscles tremble when rifles are raised. Fingers slip slightly on bolts slick with sweat and mud. Knees wobble on the slopes before finding balance again. And through it all, the enemy adjusts with quiet precision. The first new volley arrives from the eastern ridge, not heavy, but needle-sharp. A rifle crack. Then another. Then three more in quick succession. The bullets strike stones and roots, sending fragments scattering. A soldier on the slope flinches and ducks behind a fallen trunk, breath coming fast. Seconds later, the western ridge answers with its own burst, a coordinated echo. The pattern is unmistakable now. The Germans are firing from positions that tighten the noose without risking their own lines. A siege of angles, not numbers. Whittlesey orders the men to stay low, conserve ammunition, and avoid unnecessary exposure. His voice remains steady, but the dryness in his throat gives away the thirst he hides. The wounded groan louder as dehydration worsens. One man, barely conscious, whispers for water. A medic wets his lips with a rag soaked in a few precious drops. It is enough to ease the pain, but not enough to sustain life. Nearby, two soldiers argue in hushed voices over whether to risk filling a canteen from the fouled stream. The sergeant overhears and stops them. He does not raise his voice. He doesn't need to. The look on his face is enough. You watch how desperation creeps quietly through the ravine. Men glance too often at their empty canteens. Others chew pieces of cloth to moisten their mouths. One soldier collects dew from leaves with trembling fingers. No one speaks of dying, but everyone feels the body failing. As the pressure mounts from within, the enemy intensifies the pressure from above. A sniper's shot rings out, precise, cold. A lookout on the left slope jerks backward, hand pressed to his neck. Blood seeps quickly through his fingers. His nearest comrade drags him down the bank as bullets continue to snap overhead. The medic reaches him in seconds. The wound is bad, arterial. The medic's hands move quickly, pressing hard, wrapping cloth, whispering instructions the man cannot quite hear. His breaths shorten. His eyes glass over. The ravine absorbs another life. The death does not break the battalion's focus, but it deepens the fatigue. Every casualty feels heavier now, as though the ravine itself takes something from them each time a man falls. Gunfire erupts again from the northern ridge. Machine gun bursts rake the upper slopes, forcing men to press flat against the mud. One soldier's pack absorbs a bullet that would have torn through his spine. He rolls over, shaking, gasping, then crawls back into position. The battalion's return fire grows thinner, not because they lack resolve, because they lack strength. A rifleman pauses to reload, hands fumbling. Another tries to steady his aim but finds his arms trembling uncontrollably. A machine gunner blinks sweat from his eyes, momentarily losing sight of the ridge. You see the toll in every movement. Their bodies are failing faster than the enemy can attack them. The medics whisper among themselves. Fever, infection, dehydration, shock. Their supplies are nearly gone. Even torn shirts and strips of canvas are running out. Whittlesey walks the ravine floor slowly, stopping often. Men look up at him, searching his face for signs of hope. He gives none, and yet somehow he gives strength. He speaks quietly, not of rescue, but of endurance. Not of relief, but of responsibility. Not of surrender, never surrender, but of holding one more hour, one more position, one more breath. And the men follow, because they always have. Then, as dusk approaches, the enemy does something new. They stop firing. Completely. Silence spreads across the ravine. Not peace, pressure. Not absence, intention. The birds do not return. Branches do not sway. Even the flies seem to hesitate. You feel it as the men feel it, the forest preparing for something. The Germans have tightened the ring as far as distance allows. The next step is to squeeze. Messages into silence. By the next morning, the battalion has entered a new stage of isolation. Not just physical, absolute. The forest presses in on all sides, and the enemy holds every ridge. But the most devastating silence comes from above and beyond. Headquarters does not answer. No relief arrives. Every message vanishes into the void. Whittlesey has not given up hope of communication. He cannot. It is the last thin thread connecting the battalion to the wider war. At first light, the carriers prepare another pigeon. This one is thinner, feathers ruffled, eyes dull with exhaustion. The message is brief. Surrounded. Under heavy fire. Casualties rising. Need support. The handler attaches the capsule with steady fingers, despite the trembling brought on by hunger and thirst. He lifts the bird gently, whispers something private, a plea, a promise, a prayer, then releases it. The pigeon climbs weakly, wings beating the humid air. It reaches the gap of light above the ravine, seems to struggle, then finally disappears beyond the treetops. The men watch it go in silence. Some follow it with their eyes until it is swallowed by distance. Others look away. Hope hurts when it becomes habit. You sense it clearly now. Every pigeon is becoming an act of faith, not communication. The signalers try again as well. They adjust their broken antenna, tap coded messages into the static, lean in to catch even a fragment of reply. Nothing. Static hisses. Wires hum faintly. The forest absorbs every signal. Whittlesey joins them briefly. He asks what they've heard. Their answer is always the same. Noise, sir. Nothing clean. Nothing certain. The major nods once. He doesn't raise his voice. He never does. He only says, "Keep trying." His calm has become a kind of shelter for the men, thin but durable. Meanwhile, the enemy grows more confident. Movement flickers along the ridges, not stealthy anymore, but steady. Shadows slip between trees with purpose, rifles glinting as they take new positions. Snipers settle into fresh nests. Machine gun crews shift their angles for clearer, more suffocating lines of fire. The Germans are not rushed. They are not reckless. They are not worried. They are shaping the endgame. The battalion attempts another message an hour later. This one more desperate, low on food, low on water, wounded increasing, enemy pressure constant, immediate relief required. The pigeon carrying it stumbles slightly when released. Its wings catch the air, but not with strength. It rises, falters, rises again. You feel the men holding their breath as they watch. Just as it clears the canopy, a shot cracks from the ridge. A puff of feathers. A faint gasp from the battalion. The bird spirals downward, disappearing into the trees. A medic closes his eyes. A sergeant mutters a curse. A private clenches his jaw, swallowing the tightness in his throat. Whittlesey says nothing. His silence speaks of both fury and restraint. The Germans do not fire again. They have made their point. As the morning deepens, the pressure grows. The enemy begins directing fire toward any attempt at communication. Signalers are forced to crouch low, tapping coded messages with hands that shake from dehydration and fatigue. Runners cannot climb the slopes without drawing fire. Pigeons become targets as soon as they lift from their baskets. You observe the shift in the battalion. Not collapse, never collapse, but a quiet, grim settling. They understand now. The enemy isn't just trying to kill them. The enemy is trying to erase their voice, to isolate them completely, to make their suffering invisible, to ensure no help arrives. Whittlesey drafts another message late in the morning, a longer, clearer plea for artillery support. We are along the Charlevoix ravine, surrounded. Do not know the position of our own troops. Artillery fire from our lines is falling short. For the love of God, stop it. The men watch him write it. His hand does not shake. When he finishes, he folds the paper carefully, as though preserving a final thread of connection. Another pigeon is prepared, one of the last. The handler lifts it, hesitates, then exhales slowly and releases it upward. The soldiers track it in absolute silence. The bird struggles, dips, rights itself, climbs. A shot rings out from the ridge, but misses. The pigeon rises higher, wings catching a clean current. This one might make it. It might truly escape. A murmur passes through the ravine. Not noise, not a cheer, but a shared breath of hope. You feel the fragility of it, the tenderness of it. Hope is rare now. Hope is rationed like water. As the pigeon disappears into the open sky, the battalion waits, not for confirmation, not for reassurance, but for the faint possibility that someone, somewhere, will finally hear them. They are not asking for victory. They are asking not to be forgotten. Relief that never comes. For a brief moment after the last pigeon vanishes into the morning haze, a fragile current moves through the ravine, something close to hope, though thinner, quieter. Men lift their heads. Someone mutters that this one must make it. Another nods, though he doesn't look convinced. Even the medics pause their work for a heartbeat, letting their shoulders relax before the next wave of need returns. But hope in the Argonne does not linger. Not here. Not now. The forest tightens again. A burst of rifle fire snaps from the northern ridge, tearing through branches and thudding into the soil inches from a machine gun crew. The men instinctively duck, return fire, then slide behind cover as more rounds impact the hillside. Another volley comes from the west, closer than before. The ring shrinks a little more. By now, the Germans no longer bother with stealth. Their movements on the ridges are clearer, more confident. They know the battalion's strength is fading. Whittlesey watches the pattern develop with growing concern. He does not pace. Pacing wastes energy, but he moves often, checking lines, encouraging men with short, precise words. His calm anchors the ravine, but even he cannot disguise the tightening of his jaw or the dryness in his voice. The men read these signs. They know the major is rationing more than food. He is rationing strength. A runner returns from the southern flank. Barely. He collapses in the ravine floor, gasping, hands trembling. His face is pale, lips cracked, eyes glassy with thirst. Nothing, he rasps. No one out there. No friendlies. Just Germans. Everywhere. Whittlesey kneels beside him, steadying the young man's shoulder. You did well. Rest now. The runner nods weakly. A medic moves in to check him, frowning at the signs of dehydration. One more body failing. One more weight on the ravine's shrinking reserves. Meanwhile, the artillery begins again. At first, the shells fall far off, distant thumps that rattle the canopy. Then the pattern shifts. The explosions creep closer. The men stiffen. They know that sound. They know its direction. And they know the truth before anyone says it aloud. It's American artillery. Falling short. Falling toward them. The first shell lands close enough to shake the ground. A shower of dirt cascades down the slopes. Men press their faces into the mud, instinctively seeking shelter where none exists. Another explosion booms behind the ravine, spraying fragments into the trees. A soldier cries out as a shard of wood splits open his cheek. The medics rush to him, moving as quickly as their weakened bodies allow. Signal them, an officer calls. Tell them they're short. The signalers try. They tap furiously into the static, shift frequencies, shift again, adjust wires, strike the set in frustration and desperation. Noise. Only noise. The ravine vibrates with another shell. Whittlesey does not raise his voice, but the urgency is unmistakable. Get a pigeon ready. The handler's hands shake as he prepares the next bird. He attaches the message, the one begging the artillery to lift fire. The capsule clinks softly as it locks. But when he stands to release it, a bullet cracks so close to his head that he drops back into cover, heart pounding. The Germans have learned. They are now targeting pigeon releases. He waits. 2 seconds. 5. 10. Another shell explodes nearby. The ground heaves. Dust fills the air. Finally, he rises again and releases the pigeon into the narrow slice of sky. It shoots upward, panicked, wild, wings beating furiously to escape the shaking earth. Another rifle shot rings out. The bird jerks sideways in flight but keeps climbing. Higher, higher, until the canopy swallows it whole. Whether injured or simply startled, none can tell. The men watch until the last feathered flicker disappears. No one speaks. Some breathe hard. Some swallow painfully. Some simply stare upward, waiting for meaning in the sky. You feel the shift in them, not despair, but a deeper, quieter understanding. Relief is not on its way. Communication may never get through. They are cut off in every direction that matters. Yet even as this realization settles into bone, no one moves toward panic. No one abandons their post. No one speaks of surrender. They tighten belts over empty stomachs, grip rifles with shaking hands, glance to the ridges with narrowed eyes. Exhausted, starving, thirsty, wounded, they brace themselves for the next shell, the next volley, the next breath of resistance. The battalion is no longer simply under fire. It is caught between two forces, each blind to the suffering in the ravine. The Germans pressing from the ridges. The American artillery falling short. The forest becomes a crucible. The first shell of this new barrage lands with terrifying precision, not on the enemy lines, but on the slope immediately behind the battalion. The explosion rips through the air with a deafening roar. Earth surges upward. Roots tear free. A shower of stones and splintered wood rains down. Men scream. Others duck into the mud, hands over their heads, instinct drowning thought. A runner is struck by a fragment and thrown sideways, rolling limply until a medic pulls him behind cover. Another soldier stumbles backward, dazed, ears ringing violently from the blast. Then comes another shell, closer still. A shockwave punches through the ravine, knocking rifles from hands and pushing breath from lungs. Dirt fills the air like smoke. For a moment, no one can see anything. They are swallowed by dust and terror. Signal them! Signal them! An officer shouts, his voice cracking. The signalers tap desperately into the static. Stop short! Stop short! For God's sake, stop, before the message dissolves into hiss and broken fragments. Whittlesey grabs one of the operators by the shoulder, steady but urgent. Keep trying. The man nods, swallowing hard, vision swimming. Machine gun fire follows, short, punishing bursts. Measured, disciplined, deadly. American shells from behind. German bullets from above. No cover deep enough. No silence long enough. The ravine becomes a place without safe angles. A third shell lands, too close. It detonates at the ravine's edge, throwing mud like shrapnel. A chunk of earth slams into a corporal's shoulder, knocking him flat. The man beside him takes a flying branch to the helmet and crumples, stunned but alive. "Medic!" someone shouts. But the medics are already moving, automatons of desperation, sliding across mud that seems determined to swallow them. Their hands are shaking, their movements slowed by dehydration, but they do not stop. A medic kneels beside a wounded man, fingers searching for a pulse as bullets crack overhead. Another medic, splattered with mud and blood, rips open his last clean bandage. They have no more water to clean wounds, no more morphine for the worst pain, no more strength to spare. But they keep going. In the midst of it, a private clutches his canteen, holding it up to the light to confirm the truth. Empty, bone dry. He collapses against a root, head swimming, body trembling with thirst. His friend pats him gently on the back, sharing a single drop from his own ration. A drop. One. It is all he has left. Another shell falls, off target but still terrifyingly near. The ravine convulses. A wall of dirt collapses inward. A machine gun crew is nearly buried. Men scramble to dig them out, coughing, eyes stinging with soil. A medic tries to lift the younger gunner free, but he loses balance and falls backward, chest heaving. He tries again, but his muscles refuse to cooperate. Another soldier steps in, dragging the gunner by the straps while bullets whip through the branches above. You notice the change. Even rescue now requires more strength than the men possess. Whittlesey stands in the center of the ravine, face streaked with dust, jacket torn at the sleeve. He surveys the chaos with a calm that seems almost unnatural given the violence around him. His voice does not rise, but his words carry. We hold. Check your men. Rotate positions. No panic. We hold. The officers echo him up the slopes, repeating orders with cracked voices, parched throats, and unwavering resolve. The battalion listens. Because they trust him. Because there is nothing else to hold on to. Because surrender, even whispered, has no place here. Then the next shell lands. Closer. The closest yet. The explosion sends a deafening roar across the ravine. A shockwave slams into the battalion like a physical blow. Several men are knocked entirely off their feet. A tree root snaps and falls, nearly crushing two soldiers who roll aside at the last second. For a moment, the world goes white with dust and sound. When it clears, the ravine is filled with coughing, staggering, bleeding men, but still a line, still a battalion, still refusing to break. You feel the truth settling into the bones of the narrative now. They are surrounded by enemies. They are shelled by their own artillery. They are starving. Thirst is killing them inch by inch. Strength is failing. Bodies are buckling. Wounds are worsening. And still, somehow, they hold the slopes. They hold because they have nothing else left except each other, their officers, and the knowledge that letting go would erase them entirely. The German ring is nearly closed. The American artillery is blind to their suffering. The forest narrows. The hours stretch. The breath of the battalion grows thin. And yet, beneath all of it, beneath the shells and the bullets and the hunger and the thirst and the isolation, something stubborn flickers. They are not done yet. More will come. Friendly fire. By the time afternoon light filters weakly through the canopy, the battalion is caught in a nightmare that no training, no map, and no commander could have prepared them for. They are being shelled by the army they serve. What began as a distant miscalculation has hardened into a pattern, a blind barrage that creeps closer with every correction, every misguided adjustment. The men can hear it in the cadence. They can feel it in the ground. They know what comes next. The forest trembles. Then the shells begin again. The first explosion comes from the southwest, shaking loose a cascade of stones from the slope. Men raise their arms instinctively, shielding faces already smeared with mud and sweat. Shouts echo through the ravine, not of terror but of warning. Incoming! Get down! Cover the wounded! The next shell lands closer, much closer. It detonates just beyond the southern rise, throwing an avalanche of soil and shredded branches into the ravine. A man on the upper slope is knocked sideways by the blast, tumbling until another soldier catches him by the collar. His ears ring violently. His nose bleeds. He tries to stand and nearly collapses again. A medic arrives, but even he must steady himself against a tree root as another shock wave rolls through the ravine. The bombardment is not continuous. It comes in pulses, each more violent than the last, each creeping dangerously toward the battalion's exact position. Whittlesey's voice cuts through the chaos, hoarse but controlled. Signals! Keep sending! Tell them they're short! The signalers are already scrambling into place, hands clawing through tangled wires and battered equipment. Their bodies tremble not just from fear, but from dehydration, hunger, and sleeplessness. Still they tap. We are here. Stop short. Stop short. Fingers strike the key again and again. Static crackles back at them like mockery. One of the operators slumps forward, dizzy. Another steadies him, whispering, "Stay with me. Keep tapping. Keep tapping." They continue, even as a shell hits somewhere behind them, the impact slamming through their bones like a hammer blow. You see clearly what Whittlesey sees. They cannot endure friendly fire for long, but they have no way to escape it. As the artillery pauses for a few minutes, the Germans exploit the opening. Rifle fire erupts from the northern ridge. Machine guns answer from the east. The enemy knows the battalion is disoriented, half blinded by dust, half deafened by concussion. Rounds slice into the slopes. A private is struck in the calf and falls backward, crying out. His friend drags him down as bark shreds from a nearby trunk under fresh fire. "Hold your positions!" a lieutenant shouts, voice cracking. "Hold the slopes!" They do. Somehow, they do. A sergeant leans against a root, panting, gripping his rifle with hands slick from sweat and grime. He fires only when he sees a shadow shift among the trees. A sniper's bullet snaps past his ear, chipping the bark behind him. He ducks, breath sharp, then resumes his post. Across the ravine, a machine gun crew returns fire with short bursts, conserving every round. Their weapon rattles weakly. Mud has begun to foul the mechanism, and the loader's hands shake too much to clear it properly. Still, they force it into action, sending bursts toward the ridge until the barrel glows dull orange. Every man is running on fumes, fumes of willpower, fumes of instinct, fumes of duty. There is no strength left, only momentum. Then the third shell lands. This one is perfect. Too perfect. It detonates directly atop a small rise on the western slope, a spot occupied moments before by a cluster of riflemen. The blast knocks 3 men aside like rag dolls. Earth fountains upward. A tree root snaps free and flies into the ravine, striking a man across the back. He collapses with a strangled cry. The concussion throws Whittlesey himself to one knee. He rises again slowly, ears ringing, hand braced against the ravine wall for balance. He does not curse. He does not reveal panic. But when he turns to look at the signalers, his expression carries unmistakable urgency. Get another message out. Use the last bird if you have to. The handler hesitates. There are only a few pigeons left, and each one is more precious than the last breath of water. But he nods. The battalion cannot be destroyed by its own artillery. Not quietly. Not like this. The handler pulls out a bird, a thin, tired creature whose feathers have lost their sheen. He attaches a capsule with trembling fingers. Whittlesey himself writes the message, quickly, clearly. We are at Charlevoix Mill. Friendly shells falling on our position. Stop. Stop. For the love of God, stop. End of message. The capsule clicks shut. Bullets snap from the ridge. Now, the handler shouts, a rare break in discipline. He throws the pigeon upward with a desperate motion. The bird shoots toward the sky as rifle fire follows it like a curse. A shot whistles past its wing. Another grazes its tail feathers. But the pigeon climbs, higher, higher, into the slice of sky above the ravine. Men watch in silence. A minute passes. Then two. The bird does not fall. The handler sinks to his knees, breath shaking. One medic places a hand on his shoulder. A private whispers, maybe this one, maybe it makes it. But no one answers. Hope has become too painful to voice. The artillery goes silent. Not entirely, but the shells stop falling near the ravine. For the first time in hours, the battalion is spared the deadly embrace of its own guns. But you feel it as the men feel it. The Germans have not paused. They have only been waiting. And now that the artillery has lifted, they are ready to tighten the ring again. The ring tightens again. For several long minutes, after the last echo of the American artillery fades into the distance, the ravine holds a silence so sharp and unnatural that it feels like a held breath. The world waiting, the forest listening. Men lie on their sides, on their stomachs, pressed against roots and earth, blinking through dust that still hangs in the air like smoke. Some cough weakly. Some clutch ears that ring from the concussions. Some stare upward, following the imagined path of the last pigeon until their vision blurs. But the silence is not mercy. It is transition. It is the moment between tides. The Germans have been listening too. A rustle breaks the stillness, soft, deliberate, from the northern ridge. Then another, from the west. Bootsteps on leaves. Branches shifting. Cloth brushing bark. Not stealthy. Not rushed. But coordinated. A private on the slope whispers, "They're moving again." A sergeant beside him nods, tightening his grip around a rifle that feels heavier by the hour. You see the change immediately. This movement is closer, more purposeful than the bursts of harassment earlier. The enemy has heard the American guns fall silent. They know the battalion is bruised, deafened, shaken. They know the men in the ravine have reached, or surpassed, the limits of human endurance. Now the Germans tighten the ring. The first shots of this new pressure come low and fast. A crack from the northern ridge, a bullet that snaps a twig inches above a soldier's helmet. Another crack, another round chipping the bark of a fallen trunk, showering splinters onto the men beneath it. Then a quick burst from a machine gun. Short, controlled, mapping the slope. The battalion reacts as best it can. Heads duck. Rifles raise. Machine gun teams shift their positions by centimeters at a time, trying to find clean angles without exposing themselves. But fatigue now dictates even the smallest decisions. A rifleman's hands tremble when he tries to reload. A machine gun loader fumbles a belt, spilling cartridges into the mud. A sergeant tries to crawl 3 meters and nearly collapses halfway, breath wheezing in the hollow of his chest. They brace anyway. Discipline remains, but their bodies no longer cooperate. The Germans move again, this time on the eastern ridge. Shadows glide between the trees, settling into firing positions. A volley erupts. 2 soldiers are struck almost at once. one in the shoulder, spinning him onto his back. Another grazed along the jaw, blood spraying across his collar. The medics rushed to them, stumbling, sliding down the slope with medical kits that grow lighter by the hour. They have used nearly everything: bandages torn from uniforms, splints improvised from snapped branches, water rationed to single drops. Still, they work. A medic presses a cloth into the shoulder wound, whispering, "Stay with me. Stay awake." Another holds a man's jaw shut, trying to stop the bleeding while bullets sting the dirt around them. These men have not slept, not eaten, not drunk enough to survive, yet they keep moving, because stopping means letting someone die alone. From the western ridge, the Germans escalate. They fire volleys that bracket the ravine, pushing the battalion back into tighter cover. Rounds smack into roots. Mud dances under the impact. A private cries out as a bullet tears through his pack, shredding everything inside. Another man raises his rifle to fire and nearly passes out. His friend steadies him, says nothing, just holds him steady enough to take the shot. You feel that, the silent understanding, the reliance on the man beside you when the body begins to fail. This is no longer a battle of tactics. It is a battle of breath, a battle of will, a battle of survival against the body itself. Whittlesey moves slowly along the ravine floor, checking men where they lie. He touches a shoulder, a wrist, a hand, a pulse. His face is tight with exhaustion, but his posture never bends. An officer approaches him. "They're squeezing us, sir." "Hard." Whittlesey nods, looks toward the ridges, then says, simply, "Hold them." It is not bravado. It is not denial. It is the only order that exists. Just before dusk, the enemy shifts again. A flare rises, white and unnatural against the canopy, burning hot and bright, washing the ravine in a ghostly light. The Germans fire immediately, aiming into positions that were hidden only moments before. Men scramble deeper into cover. Some press themselves so flat that mud smears into their mouths. One soldier screams as a bullet tears through his boot. Another drops behind a root, panting, unsure whether his shaking is from fear or starvation. The flare dies. Darkness returns. But the damage is done. The Germans have seen the shape of the ravine again. They have updated their map of suffering. As night creeps across the forest, the battalion lies exhausted, starving, thirsty, surrounded, shelled by its own army, and pinned by an enemy who now understands exactly how to break them. But they do not break. Not tonight. Their bodies fail. Their strength wanes. Their ammunition dwindles. Their water is gone. Their rations are gone. Their hopes are thin. But their line, that thin, mud-stained, blood-soaked line along the slopes, holds, because surrender is not a word that exists in this ravine, and because the story of the Lost Battalion is not the story of how they fell. It is the story of how long they refused to fall. More comes next. The battalion's breaking point. Night does not fall so much as thicken. It creeps downward through the forest canopy, filling the ravine with a dense, breathless dark, the kind of dark that presses against the eyes, that muffles depth and distance, that makes every sound feel closer than it is. The men sense the shift immediately. Darkness has become dangerous. Weakness has become visible. And the Germans know it. The first shots of the night come sharply, without warning. A pair of rifle cracks from the northern ridge. 2 bullets slamming into the slope, kicking up sprays of dirt. A man on the upper bank gasps as a round grazes his ribs. He clutches the wound with a trembling hand, not deep, but painful enough to weaken his already failing body. Another soldier beside him steadies his breathing, raises his rifle, and fires a single shot toward a flicker of movement. The muzzle flash blinds him briefly, and he blinks hard, eyes watering. This is the new rhythm of night. Fire, blindness, silence, movement, fire again. The battalion holds to it not through strength, but through habit. On the ravine floor, the medics kneel beside a man whose breathing has turned shallow and erratic. He is dehydrated, wounded, and drifting in and out of consciousness. "We need water," one medic mutters, voice low but urgent. "There is none," another whispers back. His tone is flat, not unkind, simply a statement of fact. They moisten the man's lips with a scrap of cloth soaked hours earlier. He opens his eyes briefly, staring without recognition, then closes them again. The medics glance toward Whittlesey. He nods once. Nothing more he can offer. Every life here now depends on inches, drops, fragments. They have nothing left in reserve. A machine gun crew attempts to reposition their weapon on the eastern slope. Their bodies shake with exhaustion. One collapses to a knee halfway up the incline, chest heaving. The others pause, then haul him back to his feet. They cannot afford for one man to stay down, because that means two must stay behind to help him. When they reach their firing position, the loader fumbles a belt. Cartridges spill into the mud like scattered seeds. He groans softly, a sound less of pain, more of defeat. The gunner places a hand on his shoulder. "You're good. We'll get it." They gather the rounds with shaking fingers. The weapon fires again, not strongly, but enough to remind the enemy, "We are not gone. Not yet." A flare rises suddenly from the western ridge. Its harsh white light slices through the ravine, illuminating faces hollowed by starvation and sleeplessness. The men freeze, not out of fear, but out of calculation. Any motion may betray their position. The flare burns overhead, sizzles, then dies. And then the Germans shoot. Rifles snap from all sides. A man on the crest is hit in the thigh and crumples with a cry. Another takes a bullet through the web of his thumb, dropping his rifle with a gasp. Whittlesey moves toward the wounded, dragging one fully behind cover before a medic arrives. His own breath is shallow. He has not slept in days, not eaten more than scraps, not drunk enough to quench even the smallest thirst. But he does not falter. He cannot, because every man in the ravine looks to him, even now, in darkness thick as grief. Down the slope, two privates whisper fiercely. That flare means they're getting closer. Closer how? They're adjusting for something. What something? Whatever comes next. Their voices tremble, not with fear, but with fatigue so profound the body shakes under its weight. A nearby sergeant hushes them. "Save your strength. Eyes up." They obey, because obedience is all they have left that still resembles power. Then, out of the night's suffocating blackness, comes a new sound, one that chills the battalion more than rifle fire or artillery, the metallic scrape of something heavy being set into place. A German machine gun. Close. Too close. The men know this sound intimately, the shifting of the bipod, the tightening of the feed tray, the racking of the bolt. Every heartbeat in the ravine seems to stop at once. Then the night explodes. A hail of bullets tears into the upper slope, chewing bark, shredding leaves, kicking mud into clouds. Men throw themselves flat. A bullet rips through a man's pack, shredding blankets and rations already long depleted. Another glances off a helmet, sending its wearer sprawling. The machine gun pauses, shifts, fires again. They are not probing anymore. They are testing for collapse. The battalion returns fire where they can, but the angle is terrible. The slope is steep. Their strength is gone. Their ammunition is low. Yet still, they fire. Some with precision. Some with desperation. Some with hands shaking so badly, the rifle's barrel wavers like a reed in wind. Still, they fire. As the machine gun rakes the slope for the third time, a private whispers, I don't know if I can hold, Sarge." The sergeant grips the young man's shoulder. Firm, solid, resolute. "You don't have to hold the whole forest. Just hold your piece of it. 1 inch. 1 inch at a time." The private nods, eyes burning. He aims. He fires. He holds his inch. You feel the shift now, a subtle but unmistakable one. The battalion is not merely being overwhelmed physically. They are being asked to endure more than the body can bear. But the story does not break here. The line does not snap. The will does not disappear. Because even at the edge of collapse, surrounded by enemies, starving, thirsting, exhausted, and shelled by their own artillery, they refuse to surrender. The ridge glows faintly with muzzle flashes. The ravine trembles with gunfire. The men cling to consciousness, to comradeship, to 1 inch of ground at a time. And the forest, sensing its moment, draws in one more breath before the next tightening of the ring. The German demand. By dawn of the next day, the ravine has become less a battlefield and more a place suspended between worlds, a hollow carved by exhaustion, lined with fear, filled with men who refuse to yield. The light that filters through the branches is thin and metallic. Everything smells of mud, gunpowder, and the sour tang of dehydration. The men's faces are gaunt, streaked with grime. Eyes sink deeper into skulls. Hands tremble without permission. And yet, the battalion holds the slopes. Barely. But they hold. The Germans finally recognize something undeniable. The Lost Battalion will not break on gunfire alone. So they change tactics. It begins with silence. A heavy, unnatural silence. No rifles. No machine guns. No sniper cracks. No probing shots from the ridge. Just stillness. A suffocating, listening stillness. Men along the slope freeze. Some glance upward, confused. Others tighten grips on rifles, expecting something more terrible than bullets. A sergeant whispers, "They're up to something. He is right." Moments later, a loud voice rises from the forest above, in accented English, carrying across the ravine. "American soldiers! Stop fighting! You are completely surrounded." The men stiffen. A few exchange glances. No one answers. The voice continues, more forcefully. "You have wounded. You have no food. No water. Your position is impossible. Stop resisting. We will treat your wounded. We will spare your lives." Some soldiers swallow hard. The promise of water alone makes their throats ache. A lieutenant crawls closer to the major's position. "Sir, they know our situation." Whittlesey does not flinch. He kneels in the mud, eyes fixed on the ridgeline, face drawn tight with exhaustion but unbroken. He listens to every word, but his expression gives nothing away. The German officer shouts again, "Your suffering is needless. You cannot be relieved. Your army does not know where you are. Lay down your weapons." A private whispers, voice trembling, "What if they're right, Sarge? What if no one's coming?" The sergeant beside him answers without turning, "You let them say who's coming for us?" The private shakes his head, ashamed. The German voice rises a final time. "If you surrender, we guarantee safety. If you refuse, We will destroy you with artillery and machine guns. This is your last chance." Then, silence again. The men stare at Whittlesey, some with fear, some with hope they are ashamed to feel, some with hollow eyes that simply want to know what their lives are worth in this place. The Major stands. Not tall, his body is too drained for stature, but steady, unshakably steady. He climbs a few feet up the slope, until the men can see him clearly in the thin, pale light. He does not shout. He does not posture. He simply says, loud enough for the battalion to hear, "I can't talk surrender to them." His voice is rough, cracked with thirst, but iron has survived in it. A murmur ripples through the ravine. It is not loud, but it is unmistakably relief. The men close ranks again. Hands tighten around rifles. Bodies straighten with whatever strength they have left. The Germans wait for an answer. They receive none. Not a word. Not a gesture. Not a flag. Not a movement. Just silence. The silence of defiance. Moments later, a rifle shot cracks from the western ridge. Just one. A warning. Then another from the east. Then another from the north. The ring begins to tighten again. The German officer's voice returns, sharper now. "Very well. Then die where you stand." Leaves rustle. Boots shift. Metal clinks. And then the ridges erupt. Gunfire pours into the ravine, a storm of bullets, louder and more sustained than any assault so far. The slopes explode with dirt and splinters. A machine gun crew is forced flat before they can return fire. A soldier near the crest takes a round through the leg and collapses, screaming. The German answer to refusal is not subtle. It is not delayed. It is not negotiable. They will break the battalion piece by piece, or bury them in this ravine. But as the enemy unleashes its fury, something unexpected happens inside the ravine. The men steady. Their breathing deepens. Their eyes sharpen. The offer of surrender has given them clarity. There will be no negotiation, no flags, no giving in. They will endure, or they will fall on their feet, rifles in hand, and the forest prepares for the next blow. Fire without mercy. The Germans do not wait for the battalion to reorganize after the refusal. Their response is immediate, disciplined, and brutal. Machine guns on the ridges open with synchronized precision, not probing fire, not scattered harassment, but a cross-cutting storm designed to tear the ravine apart. Bullets carve long, violent arcs through the branches. Splinters rain. Mud leaps into the air with each impact. The sound is overwhelming, a choking, rattling roar that drowns breath and thought. Men flatten themselves against the earth, clutching rifles that feel heavier than iron. They inch behind roots, stones, the barest folds of ground. Anything that might shield them. There is no shield. Not really. A machine gun burst rakes the upper slope, forcing a squad to crawl backward, sliding on trembling elbows. One man's arm gives out, and he rolls sideways, a bullet kicking up mud inches from his cheek. "Get down! Stay down!" A sergeant shouts, voice already hoarse. He drags the private closer, shielding him with his own body as rounds whistle overhead. From the eastern ridge, snipers begin picking targets. You hear the difference instantly. Their shots are sharp, measured, surgical. One lookout on the left crest jerks backward, hand flying to his throat as blood wells between his fingers. Two men drag him into the ravine floor, shouting for a medic. The medic crawls to him, sliding through mud, eyes already reading the wound before hands touch it. He presses hard, too hard. The wounded man whimpers. "Stay with me," the medic murmurs, hands bright with blood. But he knows, they all know, the wound is too deep. Still, he does not leave the man. Not until the chest stills. He closes the soldier's eyes with fingers that tremble but do not hesitate. Then he moves on. He has no choice. On the western ridge, a German squad advances another few meters, using the terrain like veterans. Their rifles fire in staggered pairs, force the head down, shift position, fire again. The battalion tries to return fire, but exhaustion twists their aim. A man fires and misses by feet. Another squeezes the trigger once, but his shaking finger cannot control the recoil. A third raises his rifle only to cough violently, throat scraped raw from thirst. Still they fire. Still they resist. But their strength dwindles with each minute. Whittlesey crawls to a central rise in the ravine, where he can see more of the slopes. His uniform is caked with mud, his voice almost gone, but his eyes burn with something unmistakable. Resolve. Not optimism. Not hope. Resolve. He signals the officers to rotate positions, a rotation in name only, because every man holds ground measured not in meters, but in inches. The officers pass the command up and down the line. Shift 2 meters down. Help the wounded forward. Hold your fire until you see movement. Don't waste ammunition. Stay alive. It is not strategy. It is survival. A heavier German machine gun joins the assault, its deep, hammering rhythm unmistakable. Rounds slice across the ravine floor. The concussions send dust clouds rolling over the men. A private screams as a bullet tears through his calf. Another soldier pulls him behind a boulder, breath coming in sobs as he tightens a makeshift tourniquet. His hands shake, but he ties the knot. He always ties the knot. Nearby, another man coughs blood into his sleeve, a lung wound from the day before, now worsening. He tries to sit upright, tries to aim his rifle, but his arms tremble too violently. A medic steadies him, voice low. "Not now. Save your strength." The man nods, eyes misted. Strength is now a currency more precious than ammunition. A shell explodes in the distance. American artillery again, but farther off. The Germans respond instantly with another wave of rifle fire, as if punishing the battalion for even daring to hope the barrage might return. The men brace. A bullet clips a helmet. Another shreds the edge of a coat. A third passes so close to a machine gun crew that one man feels the heat of it across his cheek. The ravine shakes with impacts. The forest groans. Men gasp. Mud splashes. Branches snap. And still, the line does not break. It bends, contracts, crumples inward, but it does not break. Not yet. As the firing stretches on, minutes blurring into hours, something subtle shifts within the battalion. They stop fighting for ground. They start fighting for one another. A soldier sees his friend's head dip too low and nudges him gently. Another shares a single cartridge. Another lies over a wounded comrade to shield him from shrapnel. Another crawls 3 meters, an eternity in this place, to give a dying man his last sip of water. None of these gestures change the battle, but they keep the battalion from fracturing. They hold the spirit where the body falters. By late afternoon, the German fire does not lessen, but it becomes more focused, more deliberate. They are testing the weak points. They are mapping the final collapse. Rifle bursts land with uncanny precision. Snipers shift angles. Machine gun teams fire in overlapping arcs that force the men into tighter pockets of earth. The battalion is being pressed into a smaller and smaller shape. Whittlesey watches this with hollowed eyes, but he refuses to let the shrinking become surrender. He turns to his officers, voice ragged but clear. "We hold. As long as one of us can lift a rifle, we hold." The officers nod. They do not question. They do not hesitate. Because if the battalion falls, it will not fall from choice. It will fall because the forest finally takes what the enemy alone cannot. And that moment has not yet come. More follows. A night of desperation. By the time dusk falls, the battalion has reached a threshold beyond anything the mind can easily hold. Every man breathes in shallow, trembling pulls. Every limb feels carved from lead. Every heartbeat is an effort. Every swallow burns. And still, they are alive. Barely, but alive. The forest dims into a deep, bruised twilight. The ravine sinks into shadow. Men shift into positions that feel carved from agony. The wounded groan softly in the dark. No one speaks of it, but everyone senses it. Night may finish what hunger, thirst, and bullets have begun. The Germans understand this too. They do not launch a full assault. A charge would cost them bodies they do not wish to sacrifice. Instead, they apply their will with a surgeon's cold precision. Snipers fire single, sharp shots into the dark, forcing men to flinch, to blink, to freeze. Machine gun bursts sweep the slopes in short, disciplined arcs, forcing the battalion to keep low, to stay awake, to expend their last crumbs of strength just to survive minute by minute. They are not trying to annihilate the battalion tonight. They are trying to erode them, to peel exhaustion away from courage until only one remains. Under the canopy, visibility collapses into a thick, grainy black. Men rely on sound more than sight. The brushing of boots on soil, the crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves under shifting rifles, the quiet moans of men with wounds that have gone untended too long. Somewhere along the eastern slope, a young private collapses, not from injury, but from thirst. He falls silently, like a man fainting in a crowded church. His partner rolls him over and taps his cheek gently. "Hey! Hey! Come back!" The private's eyelids flutter. His lips move without sound. The partner looks toward the medics, but they are already kneeling over two other men, hands working by feel rather than light. The partner sighs, lifts the private's head, and lets a single drop of water fall from his canteen. One drop. It may as well be a gallon. The private swallows it like salvation. A little farther up the slope, a machine gun crew attempts to reposition. Their weapon has jammed twice in the last hour. The barrel is nearly too hot to touch, and mud clings to the internal parts like grit from the earth itself. The gunner's voice breaks as he tries to clear the feed. Come on, don't do this now." The loader, eyes sunken, tries to help. Their fingers slip. Neither has the strength to lift the belt fully. A third soldier crawls over and helps without speaking. The three of them work together until the mechanism finally snaps back into place. A moment later, machine gun fire erupts from the western ridge. They swing the barrel toward the flashes and return fire. Weakly, slowly, but enough. Just enough. On the ravine floor, Whittlesey crouches beside the signaler's battered equipment. One of the operators lies on his side, asleep or unconscious. It's hard to tell anymore. Another taps at the key with a rhythm that is more hope than communication. Static answers him every time. Whittlesey places a hand on the man's shoulder. "Rest for a moment." "I can't, sir," the operator whispers, voice breaking. "What if they're listening, this time?" Whittlesey nods, and lets him continue. Because hope, no matter how thin, is something he cannot take from a man in this darkness. Hours pass. The moon rises behind the canopy, casting no useful light. The forest grows colder. The men shiver, not from fear, from bodies losing the regulation they once relied on. A wounded man begins to hallucinate. He whispers the name of someone from home. A medic places a hand on his forehead and whispers, "You're here. Stay here. Don't drift." Another soldier vomits quietly beside a root, his empty stomach reacting to stress and dehydration. Another sinks slowly to his knees, rifle slipping from his hands. His sergeant grips him under the arms, pulls him upright and whispers, "Not yet. Not tonight." The man nods, shaking. Then, movement along the northern ridge. Slow, deliberate, multiple shapes. A whispered warning passes down the line. Rifles rise shakily. Machine guns pivot. But the Germans do not fire. They are advancing by inches, probing for weakness, closing distance under cover of darkness. Whittlesey senses it instantly. He moves to the center of the ravine, calling quietly, "Hold your fire. Wait for the signal." The men hold. Breaths shallow. Rifles trembling. The Germans creep closer. Quiet, patient, predators in the dark. A twig snaps. A soldier on the slope almost squeezes his trigger. Almost, but stops himself at the last second. Whittlesey raises his hand. Not yet. Not yet. Not. A flare erupts from the western ridge. Brilliant white light floods the ravine, turning every man into a silhouette. The Germans fire immediately. Bullets scream across the slopes, hammering into earth, splintering roots, finding bodies too slow to duck. A man cries out as a round tears through his shoulder. Another clutches his thigh, blood pooling fast. A third slumps forward and does not rise. The battalion returns fire as best they can, but the angle is terrible, the exhaustion overwhelming. Machine guns rattle weakly. Rifles crack with fading force. Men hold themselves upright by will alone. The flare dies. Darkness returns. But the damage remains. The Germans pull back slightly, only to reload, reset, and prepare for the next tightening. Whittlesey surveys the ravine in the aftermath. His jaw tightens. His breath catches. But his voice remains steady. "We hold until morning." A lieutenant whispers, "Sir, morning may kill us." Whittlesey replies, "Then let morning come." The words pass through the ravine like a fragile shield, thin, battered, exhausted, but still enough to hold the line. For one more hour, one more inch, one more breath. The night is not done with them, and neither is the forest, and neither is the enemy. But the battalion, broken in body, unbroken in will, endures. The night of near collapse. The forest enters its darkest hours with a quiet that should feel like mercy. Soft wind through branches, no flares, no machine gun bursts, no shouts from the ridges. But in the ravine, the men understand immediately. This is not a pause. This is the preparation before something worse. The night presses down like a weight. Hard to breathe under it. Harder to think. Hardest to stay awake. And staying awake is now a matter of life. The first signs of collapse appear not in the gunfire, but in the men themselves. A soldier on the eastern slope slumps forward, rifle slipping from his grip. His head lowers slowly, as if bowing to a weight he cannot hold any more. "Hey, hey!" His sergeant grabs him by the collar, shaking. The man's eyes flutter open for a second, then roll back. He folds onto his side, body shutting down from dehydration and exhaustion. The sergeant lowers him gently and signals for a medic, knowing the medics have nothing left to give but presence. Elsewhere along the slope, a private begins to mumble incoherently. His lips are cracked white. He sees something that is not there, someone walking through the trees, someone calling his name. His friend beside him grabs his arm. "Don't drift. Stay here. Stay here with us." The private blinks slowly, as though trying to find the ravine again. Fatigue is becoming its own kind of enemy, a soft, internal pressure that erodes resolve the way rifle fire never could. The wounded grow restless and fevered. One man cries out for water in his sleep, voice hoarse, raw. Another tries to stand, confused and delirious, and has to be pulled back down by two of his comrades. A third whispers, "I'm cold," even though the night air has barely shifted. The medics work with quiet, hollowed focus. They have no bandages left, no medicine, no morphine, only rags torn from uniforms and whatever strength they can steal from their own failing bodies. A medic presses his palm to a man's forehead and feels heat radiating. Infection. Nothing left to fight it. He closes his eyes for a moment, not to rest, but to gather resolve. Then continues. On the northern slope, a scout returns from a short crawl forward, every movement costing more than the last. He collapses beside his lieutenant, gasping, "Sir, they've moved again. Closer. How close?" The scout swallows. Close enough to whisper. The lieutenant curses under his breath. Not loud, not fearful, just tired, bone-tired. Minutes later, the whispering begins. Soft, barely audible. German voices drifting down through the branches. Not taunting, not shouting orders. Just presence. A reminder that the ring has tightened again. A reminder that the battalion is not alone in the dark. A reminder that the enemy is patient, rested, hydrated, fed, and ready for the moment when the men below can no longer lift their rifles. Some of the younger soldiers flinch at the sound. One grips his rifle until his knuckles whiten. Another presses his forehead to the ground, breathing in mud just to stay conscious. The whispering fades, but its imprint stays. Then, a singular, heavy noise cracks the silence. Not a rifle shot, not a machine gun, a log shifting, boots scraping rock, metal striking stone. Someone, or several, moving into a firing position. A private on the upper slope raises his rifle, but his arms shake so violently that the barrel wavers. The sergeant beside him steadies it with his own hand. "Easy. Don't rush it." The private nods, jaw clenched with effort. He whispers, "My arms won't stop shaking." "That's all right," the sergeant murmurs. "Let mine do the holding for now." For a moment, in this darkness, shared strength replaces physical strength. Far below, Whittlesey crouches with two of his officers. They look like men carved from the mud itself, faces streaked, eyes sunken, breathing shallow. "We may not last another night like this," one officer says quietly. Whittlesey does not answer immediately. He stares toward the ridges, listening to the forest breathe. Finally, he replies, "Then we won't give them another night like this." The officers exchange glances, not of confusion, but of clarity. They understand. The battalion can still endure, but it cannot endure passively. The line must hold, but the will must hold with it. Whittlesey adds, "We make no sound tonight. No movement unless necessary. They expect weakness. They expect collapse. We give them neither." His voice is nearly gone, but its backbone remains. Hours stretch on. Darkness grows heavier. Men drift in and out of consciousness, snapping awake when rifles crack, slumping again when the forest quiets. The Germans shift positions, creeping closer inch by inch. The line shakes. The line thins. The line bleeds. But the line holds. Because collapse here, in this moment, in this night, is the difference between being the Lost Battalion in name and being the Lost Battalion in truth. And even now, at the edge of human endurance, they choose truth over surrender. They choose one another over despair. The forest watches. The enemy waits. And the ravine prepares for dawn. The night stalks them. The hours after midnight unravel into a kind of waking nightmare. Not chaos, not noise, but slow, creeping erosion. A man can face bullets. He can brace for artillery. He can steady his breath to return fire. But this collapsing of the body from within, is harder to fight. And the battalion feels it in every heartbeat. A private on the southern slope begins to breathe too quickly. It isn't panic. It's hyperventilation from exhaustion and dehydration. His sergeant slides beside him through the mud. Slow down. Slow down. Match me. He puts a hand on the young man's shoulder, breathing deliberately, long, steady exhales. The private tries, fails, tries again. Eventually his breath settles, though his hands still tremble uncontrollably. Without water or real rest, the body responds to fear in ways the mind cannot override. The sergeant stays with him because leaving him alone in this darkness is as dangerous as any bullet. A few meters downslope, a man lies on his back staring upward through the canopy. His friend crawls to him. "You all right?" The man swallows, or tries to. His throat is too dry to allow it. "I can hear singing," he whispers. "There's no singing," his friend says gently. "You're just tired. Stay awake." The man turns his head, eyes unfocused. "No, not here. Back home." His friend tightens his grip on the man's shoulder. "You're here. Stay here." Hallucinations are spreading now. They come like ghosts slipping through the ravine, voices of mothers, wives, pasts, regrets, and hopes. They are more dangerous than German bullets. A rustle cuts through the dark. Not wind. Not branches settling. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, measured. Men freeze. Even the hallucinations stop. A lieutenant whispers, "They're moving again. Listen." The battalion holds its breath. The footsteps multiply. Dozens of them, moving in coordinated patterns along the ridges. The Germans are shifting position for something larger. Not a rush. Not a flanking maneuver. Not quite a final attack. A tightening. A constriction. A chokehold. The next phase of the siege. On the ravine floor, Whittlesey crouches with his map over a guttering candle stub. It provides barely enough light to read, but enough to remind him what direction the lines should be, where friendly troops should be, where relief should come from. He stares at the map for a long moment, then folds it. The map has lied more than the forest has. An officer leans close. "Sir, we're slipping. Men can't stand. They can't hold rifles as long." Whittlesey nods slowly. "Rotate more frequently." "Sir, we're running out of men who can rotate." Whittlesey's jaw clenches, a tiny motion, barely visible in the dark. "Then we shorten the line. Bring them closer to the ravine center. We hold core positions only." The lieutenant inhales sharply. "That will make the wounded vulnerable." Whittlesey meets his eyes. The wounded are already vulnerable. There is nothing more to say. The compression begins. The battalion pulls inward, squads sliding down the slopes inch by inch, weary bodies dragging weapons, boots slipping in mud, breaths harsh and shallow. Positions once held with pride and certainty are abandoned for tighter, closer ground. The ravine becomes smaller in every sense. The men cluster more densely, a necessity, but one that brings its own risks. Where one man stands now, two stood yesterday. Where two press together today, for once fought. But this narrowing strengthens them in one way. They can hear each other breathe. They can reach each other with a hand instead of a shout. They can share warmth in a place that has grown colder than any October night should be. The Germans notice immediately. They fire a short volley into the abandoned positions. No response. They fire again, closer this time. Still no fire from the Americans. A German officer whispers in the dark, audible even from across the ravine. They are shrinking. They are failing. But they mistake the meaning of the shrinking. The battalion tightens its formation not because it is breaking, but because it refuses to. As the night deepens, another flare rises. Its cruel white light pours over the ravine, revealing the new, smaller shape of the line. The Germans fire instantly. Bullets chew the earth. A man cries out as a round clips his shoulder. Another is hit in the forearm. He clutches it, teeth clenched, refusing to scream. Machine gun crews return fire, their weapons coughing weakly but accurately. A sniper on the ridge goes silent. Another relocates in haste. The flare dies. Darkness returns. But the damage remains. Whittlesey crawls to a central rise and surveys what is left of his command. They are gaunt. They are starving. They are delirious. They are wounded. They are exhausted beyond measure. And yet, they look back at him with a single expression. We are still here. He whispers, more to himself than anyone. One more night. Just get them through one more night. The forest breathes. The enemy listens. The ravine constricts. But the line holds. And every man in it understands, even if they cannot say it aloud. If this night breaks us, we die. If this night doesn't break us, we endure. There is no third option. The Germans prepare. The forest waits. And the battalion braces for the worst hours yet to come. The edge of human endurance. The night settles into its last, most punishing stretch, this thin place where darkness feels endless and the mind begins to fray at its edges. Every soldier in the ravine senses the threshold between holding on and slipping away. This is the hour when men lose their grip on rifles not because they fear death, but because their bodies no longer understand commands. This is the hour when whispers become louder than gunfire, and silence becomes more dangerous than bullets. This is the hour when even courage begins to tremble. A man on the northern slope collapses suddenly, his rifle sliding from his hands. His partner catches him before he tumbles downward. "Hey, hey, stay with me." The man's eyes open halfway, unfocused, as though he is looking through the forest toward a distant memory. He tries to speak, but no sound comes. His partner presses a hand to his cheek. "You're here. Stay here." The man blinks slowly, as if deciding whether to return to the ravine or drift into whatever dream called to him. After a long moment, he nods weakly, barely present, but present enough. Nearby, another soldier begins shaking uncontrollably, not from cold, but from the unmistakable tremors of a body that has run out of water and energy. A medic crawls to him, breath ragged, eyes hollowed by fatigue. He places a hand on the soldier's chest. "Slow your breathing. You're not dying. You're just empty." The soldier lets out a choked laugh born of desperation. "Feels like dying." The medic doesn't argue. He stays with him, one hand on the man's shoulder, anchoring him to the present. In the center of the ravine, a private whispers steadily to himself. His lieutenant crawls over. "What are you saying?" The private blinks. "Counting. 1, 2, 3. Why?" "So I don't pass out." The lieutenant nods and stays beside him, counting with him until his breathing steadies and the tremors soften. Farther up the slope, two soldiers spot movement in the trees, something gliding low between the trunks. One man lifts his rifle, but his arms shake too violently to hold aim. "Let me," his partner murmurs. Together they guide the rifle, one supplying strength, the other precision. The shape appears again. They fire once. A grunt echoes from the ridge, followed by dragging footsteps, then silence. They do not celebrate. They simply exhale, a shared breath of survival. Around the ravine, the wounded drift in and out of consciousness. A man with a shattered leg moans softly, the sound barely human. Another calls for water, the same single word repeated endlessly, as if saying it enough might make it appear. A medic kneels beside him and lifts his head gently. "We don't have any," he whispers, voice cracking. The wounded man nods, unsurprised. "Stay with me," he murmurs. "I'm here," the medic replies. They lean their foreheads together, sharing the faintest thread of steadiness in a night designed to break them. Then comes movement again, not subtle, not probing. A coordinated shift along the western ridge. Branches scrape. Boots settle. Metal clicks into place. Machine gun teams preparing to fire. Riflemen lining up. A lieutenant whispers toward Whittlesey's position. "Sir, they're readying for something. Feels bigger." Whittlesey's response is quiet but unwavering. "We hold." His voice cracks from strain, not fear, but the meaning carries through the ravine. Not one man here will give the enemy what they want. Not one will abandon his post. Not one will surrender to exhaustion more than absolutely necessary. The Germans fire a short, testing burst. Bullets rake the upper slope, spraying mud and splinters. The battalion answers with weak but deliberate shots. Another burst, another answer. The rhythm is uneven because the men are uneven, but the line does not buckle. A private leans against a root and whispers, "Can't believe we're still doing this." His sergeant answers, "We're doing it because we're still here." A simple truth, a fierce truth, the kind that keeps a man alive one breath longer. The night thins toward dawn. No birdsong, no warmth, only a faint pale edge creeping toward the sky beyond the canopy. The forest breathes cold air into the ravine. Men straighten slowly, as if waking from a nightmare only to find they are still inside it. Bodies ache, skin cracks, eyes burn, but they lift their rifles. They check the slopes. They brace again, because in the center of this horror lives the strange, unbroken resolve of soldiers who refuse to fall. Not yet. Not here. Not while breath remains. Even if dawn brings nothing but more terror, they move toward it, together. The darkest night is ending, but the hardest day is about to begin. The day turns against them. The first hours of daylight become a slow punishment, not dramatic, not explosive, but relentless in a way that wears down even the strongest minds. The Germans no longer test the line. They tighten it, and the battalion, still clinging to the faint signal of relief, is forced to fight with bodies that have nothing left to give. On the eastern slope, a machine gun crew tries to reposition after taking fire. The gunner attempts to lift the weapon, but his arms shake violently and the barrel drops into the mud. "Help me," he mutters through clenched teeth. Two others crawl beside him, each movement labored, each breath shallow. Together they haul the weapon up and drag it a few feet higher along the ridge. Every meter costs more than any firefight they've survived. They collapse behind a tree root, chests heaving, faces gray, but the gun is in place. Barely. Farther down the slope, a rifle squad reports. 5 men still firing. 3 wounded. 2 can't lift rifles anymore. Whittlesey nods. Pull the worst off the line. Shift the others inward. The lieutenant hesitates. "Sir, there's nowhere left to pull them to." Whittlesey's jaw tightens. "Make space, even if it's only a few feet." He knows what a few feet mean here. Fewer angles to defend, fewer rifles upright, fewer men conscious, but also fewer collapsing out of reach, fewer slipping away unnoticed. The line must shrink again. The Germans sense the compression instantly. A burst of machine gun fire sweeps the abandoned crest, confirming the Americans have fallen back. A German voice calls something sharp, and another volley hammers the newly exposed slope. The battalion presses lower, ducking behind roots and rocks. One round tears through a corporal's sleeve, taking skin with it. He grunts and keeps moving. Another ricochets off a rock, glancing across a helmet hard enough to make a soldier's ears ring. He shakes his head, dizzy, but remains in place. Every man in the ravine is wounded now, either in body or mind or both. Near the ravine floor, a medic kneels beside a man with a worsening abdominal wound. The bandages are soaked through, the earth beneath him wet with blood. The medic knows he has nothing left. No clean cloth, no antiseptic, no water. He closes his eyes for a moment, gathering whatever strength remains, then grips the man's hand. "I'm here," he whispers. The wounded man tries to smile, a grim, painful thing, but filled with gratitude. He breathes shallowly, and the medic stays long after that breathing stops. There is no time to mourn, but there is time to be present. That the battalion has not lost. On the northern ridge, rifles flash again. The battalion returns fire weakly, one round at a time, measured and deliberate. A sergeant leans against a root, hands trembling as he reloads. His loader whispers, "You're shaking." "I've been shaking since yesterday." "That long?" The sergeant gives a faint, hollow laugh. "Longer." He slams the bolt home, steadies himself, and fires again. The recoil nearly knocks the rifle from his grip. His loader steadies it. Between the two of them, they manage a rhythm, if not a strong one. Midday brings no relief. Only more fire, more clarifying moments of fear, more drifting in and out of consciousness, more reminders that the battalion is fighting not just the enemy, but their own diminishing strength. A burst from the western ridge cuts down 3 men in one sweep. One slumps forward with a cry. Another collapses without a sound. The third tries to crawl, pulling himself by his elbows, teeth clenched against agony. A medic reaches him, but the man grabs his sleeve. "Go! Help someone who might make it." The medic shakes his head. "You are that someone." He drags him to cover as bullets rake the mud around them. Sacrifice here is no longer heroic. It is habitual. By early afternoon, the signal team tries again. Static, then, taking casualties, heavy fire advancing slowly. Hold, the message dissolves. A few men close their eyes, trying to steady themselves against hope's sharp edge. Hope hurts more than fear now. Whittlesey listens in silence, then says softly, "Tell them we hold." A lieutenant stares. "Sir, can we?" Whittlesey turns, surveying the ravine. Men lie in tangled positions, some sleeping from exhaustion, others unconscious from wounds, others barely responsive but still gripping rifles like lifelines. Yet in every face, beneath pain and delirium, a spark remains. Not strength, not clarity, but refusal. Refusal to give the enemy what they demand, what they expect, what the tightening ring is designed to force. "We can," Whittlesey says, and somehow, despite everything, it feels true. The Germans shift positions again. Their fire grows more confident. They know the Americans are faltering, but they also know the Americans are not breaking. Not yet. They tighten the ring a little more. Rifle fire picks at weak points. Machine guns sweep the slopes. Snipers hunt officers. The battalion holds anyway, though the line is shrinking into something dangerously thin. The men feel it. The enemy senses it. Even the forest seems to understand. The next hours will determine everything. If relief does not reach them soon, the battalion will not fall by surrender. It will fall because no human body can endure the impossible forever. And yet, somehow, the impossible is exactly what they continue to endure. The day the forest tried to finish them. The afternoon drags on like a test of endurance designed by something indifferent to human limits. The light is thin, the air heavy, and the silence between rifle shots more frightening than the shots themselves. No soldier in the ravine remembers the last time he felt full strength in his limbs. No one recalls the last sip of real water. No one expects mercy. They expect only this, that the forest, the enemy, and their own bodies will push them until something finally gives. And yet, the battalion still holds. Barely, painfully, miraculously. A corporal on the southern slope collapses mid-reload. He slumps sideways, eyes fluttering, hands still groping for the cartridge he never manages to lift. His friend shakes him hard. "Wake up! Stay awake!" The corporal tries to speak, but his tongue is too swollen from thirst. Only a rasp escapes. The friend drags him several feet downslope, shielding him with his own body as bullets snap overhead. He doesn't call for a medic. He knows they are already overwhelmed. He simply holds the corporal's head and whispers, "You're fine. Stay here. Stay alive." The words are soft, but in this place they are the closest thing to medicine. On the western ridge, a German sniper shifts position. He finds the glint of a helmet through the branches and fires. A man on the upper slope jerks backward, helmet flying from his head. For a moment everyone thinks he's been killed, until he gasps and rolls to his stomach, bleeding from a grazed scalp. Two soldiers pull him into a depression in the earth. He tries to smile, but the pain is too much. Still, he is alive. Small victories here feel monumental. Farther down, a machine gun crew lies nearly motionless. The weapon has overheated twice. The loader has a bullet lodged in his arm. The gunner is trembling so badly he can barely keep his cheek against the stock. But when the Germans open fire again, a coordinated burst from 3 angles, the crew snaps into action with something that looks like instinct more than will. The gunner squeezes the trigger. The loader feeds the belt with his good arm. A third man braces the weapon's legs in mud that wants to swallow everything. Their burst is short, weak, uneven, but accurate. The German fire pauses. A tiny reprieve carved from bodies that should not still be functioning. In the ravine center, a medic tends to a man with a chest wound. The breaths are shallow, the skin cool. "Water," the man whispers. The medic closes his eyes just long enough to find the strength to say what he must. "We don't have any. But I'm here." The wounded man nods faintly, accepting the truth without bitterness. He grabs the medic's hand and doesn't let go. Around them, rifles crack, men groan, branches break. But the medic stays, one hand on the wound, the other steadying the man as breath slowly fades. When it ends, he lowers the hand gently, touches the man's forehead, and moves on, because too many others need him. By mid-afternoon, the whole battalion understands something unspoken. The Germans are no longer trying to force surrender. They are trying to starve and exhaust the battalion into collapse before relief can reach them. It is a race, and the Lost Battalion is losing. A sergeant mutters to his lieutenant, "We won't make another night." The lieutenant doesn't argue. He looks toward the ridges, jaw clenched. Then he says, "We don't need to make another night. We just need to make it until they break through." It's not reassurance. It's strategy, the last strategy left. The radio crackles again. The signaller lunges toward it, hands shaking violently. Static, then a burst of sound. Heavy casualties, pushing forward, woods thick, hold position, then more static. Then nothing. The operator slumps. Whittlesey places a hand on his shoulder. "You did well, sir. Did you hear it? They're coming. They're trying." Whittlesey nods slowly. "Yes, they are." But the message brings more than hope. It brings dread. Pushing forward means fighting inch by inch through forest dense enough to swallow whole formations. Relief is not far in distance. But in time, time may be the one thing the battalion no longer has. A German officer calls across the ravine, not with an offer of surrender, but something colder. "You cannot be saved. You are dying slowly. Your army cannot reach you. You should have quit when we demanded it." Men stiffen. Some grit their teeth. Some stare downward. Some hardly react at all. Whittlesey does not answer with words. He simply stands, only for a few seconds, but long enough to show the Germans he is alive. A rifle shot cracks, a bullet tears bark beside him, and he lowers himself again. But the message is clear. They are not dead yet. They are not done yet. They are not surrendering. Late afternoon drags on with the same punishing rhythm. The Germans fire, the battalion answers with what little remains, the line shrinks, the men weaken, the forest tightens its grip. And through it all, a truth settles heavily into every heart. Either relief reaches them before nightfall, or nightfall finishes what the enemy began. There is no other ending. The next phase, the final contraction of the German ring, now prepares to descend. The ring begins to close. By late afternoon, the forest changes. It is subtle at first, a shift in the branches, a heaviness in the air, a tension beneath the silence. But the men feel it, every one of them, even the half-conscious, even the wounded, even those drifting at the edge of collapse. Something is coming, not the probing volleys of morning, not the harassment fire of midday. Something coordinated, something final. The Germans are preparing to close the ring. The first sign is sound, not gunfire, not shouting. Boots, many boots, moving with discipline along the western ridge. A sergeant stiffens and whispers, "They're massing." A private grips his rifle tighter, though the weapon shakes visibly in his hands. Is this it?" he asks. The sergeant doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. Everyone knows. Another sound follows, the low, metallic clack of bolts drawn back, ammunition belts snapping into feed trays, rifle magazines locking in place. Dozens of them, all at once. The battalion lies perfectly still. They do not have enough ammunition to stop a full assault. They do not have the strength to repel one. They do not have the men to rotate positions. Everything they are, everything they have endured, everything they still cling to narrows to a single truth. If the Germans charge now, the line will break. A private whispers through cracked lips, "They're gonna come down the slopes." Another answers, "Let them try." It's bravado, but even bravado here has meaning. In the ravine center, Whittlesey presses his back to a tree root and looks over the remnants of his battalion. The men who can still lift rifles, the wounded who refuse to lie down, the medics whose exhaustion has become a physical tremor, the officers clinging to maps that have long ceased to matter. He sees hollow faces, shaking hands, bodies moments from collapse. But he also sees something else. Every man who can still fight is watching the ridges. No one looks away. No one closes his eyes. No one abandons position. It is not strength. It is not hope. It is resolve. A lieutenant leans close and murmurs, "Sir, if they come in force, we can't stop them." Whittlesey inhales slowly. "I know. Then what do we do?" He looks toward the northern ridge where German helmets glint faintly behind tree trunks. "We hold anyway." The lieutenant nods, not because he believes they can, but because the alternative is unthinkable. The forest goes still, utterly still, a stillness so deep that men hear their own hearts pounding, their breaths rasping, the shift of rifles in trembling fingers. Then it happens. A flare shoots into the sky from the western ridge, bursting into cold white fire that illuminates the ravine like daylight. Men flinch, some cry out, some throw themselves behind cover. The Germans shout coordinated commands. Machine guns open instantly, 2, then 4, then 6, their overlapping arcs raking the slopes, chewing bark, splitting roots, forcing the battalion flat. Rifle volleys follow, sustained and punishing, delivered with the precision of soldiers who believe they are finishing a fight. A man on the upper slope is hit cleanly in the chest. He gasps, looks down at the wound, and collapses. His friend grabs him under the shoulder and drags him back, tears streaming down his face. The battalion returns fire, but it is thin, desperate, full of gaps. A machine gun crew attempts a burst, but their weapon jams on the third round. The loader slams the side of it, hands shaking violently. The gunner tries to clear the mechanism but collapses halfway through, dizzy from hunger and dehydration. 2 riflemen fire upward. One misses by feet, the other hits a shape but lacks strength to chamber another round. The Germans tighten their angle, not rushing, not storming the slope, but squeezing, cutting the battalion's perimeter inch by inch. A man whispers, "They're trying to crush us before relief arrives." Another answers, "They might." A third, eyes empty but voice steady, says, "If they wanted us dead, we'd already be dead." It's true. The Germans are not aiming to kill them all at once. They are aiming to break them, to make surrender the only option. But the Lost Battalion does not surrender. Not now. Not here. Not ever. Whittlesey's voice cuts through the chaos, soft but unmistakably firm. Hold. He crawls to another position. Hold. He touches a wounded man's shoulder. Hold. And somehow, against every law of nature and war, they do. The line wavers, contracts, bleeds, but holds. The Germans realize it. Their fire slows, then pauses. Not because they have given up, but because they are preparing for something else. Something decisive. Something final. The last tightening of the ring. The forest holds its breath. The battalion does the same. And somewhere beyond the trees, relief forces fight through another stretch of dark woods, not knowing how little time remains. The next moments will decide everything. The breakthrough begins. Late afternoon bleeds toward evening, and the forest draws itself tight as if bracing for the final act. The German fire has slowed, but not from hesitation, not from mercy, not from confusion. It slows the way a storm slows, when gathering power before the last, crushing blow. The battalion senses it. Every man feels the shift in the air, the way the ridge lines seem to lean inward, the way silence returns too suddenly and stays too long. Something is coming. Not a volley. Not a probe. Not a demand for surrender. Something larger. Something meant to end the story. And yet, before the Germans can deliver it, another sound reaches the ravine. A faint pop. Then another. Distant, uncertain, nearly drowned by the rustle of leaves. A private lifts his head, confused. Was that artillery? Not ours, someone answers. But the sound continues. Pop, 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 pop. Closer, clearer. Not artillery. Rifle fire. Far away. Rifle fire moving. Rifle fire approaching. The battalion does not cheer. They barely react at all. Their bodies are too far gone for hope to lift them. But heads turn. Eyes widen. Men drifting into unconsciousness force themselves alert. Whittlesey freezes, listening. A lieutenant whispers, "Sir, is that them?" Whittlesey does not answer immediately. He waits, listening, every nerve in his body taut. Then, through the thinning afternoon air, the sound comes again. Rifle volleys. American rifles. Closer still. Whittlesey's eyes sharpen. They're pushing through. The lieutenant nods, swallowing hard. "Yes, sir." A murmur ripples weakly through the ravine. Not excitement. Not relief. Recognition. Help is coming. Finally. Truly. Coming. But the Germans hear it as well, and what they hear terrifies them. Movement erupts along the western ridge. Urgent, frantic movement. Orders shouted. Men repositioning. Machine guns dragged to new angles. The enemy is no longer preparing to crush the battalion. They are preparing to stop the approaching American forces before the ring breaks. A private whispers, "They're scared." His sergeant answers, "They should be." Fear in the ranks of the enemy is the first advantage the battalion has had in days. But advantage does not mean safety. The Germans will fight harder now, more fiercely, more desperately. They want the ravine cleared before relief arrives. They want the battalion crushed before witnesses can emerge. They want their victory sealed before the lines meet. From the north, a heavy burst of fire erupts, not into the ravine, but outward. Men glance at each other. "They're firing uphill," someone mutters. Another adds, "That means our boys are close. Real close." For the first time in days, the battalion hears German bullets meant for someone else. It is a strange, unsettling music, the sound of battle shifting direction. A medic leans over a wounded man. "You hear that?" he whispers. The wounded soldier nods faintly. "You think we'll make it?" he rasps. The medic looks at him for a long moment, then answers honestly, "We might." The man closes his eyes, a weak smile forming on cracked lips. Just that word, "might," is almost enough to revive him. On the slopes, German squads reposition with alarming speed. A sergeant watching them mutters, They're turning. Half of them are turning. Toward what? Toward them. Toward our relief. Another soldier adds, voice trembling, they're trying to hold the line. They know if our boys break through, it's over. The battalion watches the enemy panic. They watch the ridges shift. They watch the German ring pull itself away from the squeeze around the ravine and swivel toward the distant gunfire. It is not victory. Not yet. But it is the first breath of possibility. Whittlesey looks upward through the branches, listening to the sounds of fighting spreading through the forest. He speaks to no one in particular, voice a rough whisper. They're close. Then louder to his officers. Tell the men, hold your fire unless necessary. Don't signal. Don't reveal positions. Let them come. He knows the truth. If the battalion fires too soon, the Germans will redirect their full fury. If the battalion fires too often, they will expend ammunition they cannot spare. If they fire at all, they could become casualties of their own rescue. No, they hold. They endure. They wait for the forest ahead to break open. The gunfire grows louder, closer, more chaotic. American shouts rise faintly through the trees. A private grips the root beside him so tightly his knuckles turn white under the dirt. "Those are ours," he murmurs. His sergeant nods. "Yes, those are ours." For a moment, just a moment, the men in the ravine allow themselves a breath they have been holding for days. But the Germans are preparing something too. Something violent. Something desperate. Something meant to hold back the approaching rescue at any cost. And the battalion, broken, starving, delirious, nearly spent, is trapped between both forces. The breakthrough has begun. But the battle for the ravine is far from over. When the forest begins to break. The forest carries sound strangely in the late afternoon, folding it, stretching it, twisting it into shapes that confuse the ear. But even through the distortions, the battalion hears something undeniable. The battle outside the ravine is getting closer. Much closer. It begins as a faint disruption, a soft patter, a few scattered cracks, as if twigs were snapping somewhere far beyond the ridgeline. Most men ignore it at first. Then the pattern strengthens. Crack, crack, crack. A burst of automatic fire. Another. Then a volley that rolls through the woods like distant thunder. A private lifts his head. "That's not ours," he whispers. A sergeant listens harder. "Yes, it is. That's Springfield fire. Americans." The words move through the ravine like a current, weak at first, gaining strength as more men register the truth. Not imagination. Not hallucination. Not desperate hope. Actual American gunfire. Closing in. The Germans hear it too. Their reaction is immediate. Shouts rise across the western ridge. Men reposition. Machine guns swivel. Boots scrape rock. Rifle bolts snap back with crisp metallic finality. "They're turning," someone mutters. "They're shifting their line." And they are. In seconds, half the German fire on the ravine diverts outward, toward the oncoming American forces. The other half stays locked downward, pinning the Lost Battalion in place. A pincer of fire, one arm toward rescue, one arm toward annihilation. A lieutenant whispers to Whittlesey, "They're preparing for a two-front fight." Whittlesey nods. They're afraid we'll be pulled out of their hands. A fresh burst of German fire erupts uphill, wild, fast, overwhelming. An American shout answers. Then another. Then a short, sharp explosion that rattles the ravine floor. Men glance upward. "They're close," someone murmurs. Close enough to bleed for us, another replies. No one smiles. Not yet. Then something changes. Something unmistakable. A new rhythm enters the forest. Faster, sharper, more chaotic. The sound of men advancing through thick trees, firing as they move. American voices. American rifles. American momentum. The Germans feel it too. Their shouted orders grow harsher, more frantic, as if trying to force the forest itself back into obedience. A machine gun team on the northern ridge opens fire uphill. Another joins from the west. The combined volume shakes loose dust from the slopes. But it cannot hide the truth. The ring is being tested, seriously tested, for the first time in days. Inside the ravine, men begin to stir, not from strength, not from renewed vigor, but from instinct. A wounded soldier whispers, "Is that them? For real?" A medic answers, "Yes, for real." A man who has not lifted his head in hours pushes himself upward with trembling arms, eyes searching the ridge for signs of life beyond their own suffering. Another grips his rifle tighter, breathing raggedly. Even the half-delirious feel something shift, an ember rediscovering flame. But Whittlesey raises his hand. Quiet. No signals. No shots unless necessary. He knows the danger. Fire too soon, and the rescuers may mistake them for Germans, reveal their positions, and the enemy may shift the ring back onto them with deadly speed. They must stay still until the forest itself breaks. The gunfire grows louder. Close now, very close. American voices call through the trees. Push left. On me. Keep moving. Keep moving. The battalion listens in stunned silence. After days of isolation, days of wondering if the world had forgotten them, the sound feels unreal. A private whispers, "They found us." A sergeant answers, "They're fighting for us." A wounded man with a blood-crusted bandage around his head smiles weakly. About time. But the Germans see the danger clearly. If the relief column breaks through, the siege collapses. Their advantage evaporates. Their position becomes untenable. So they make a choice. They attack the ravine again. Hard. One last time. From the northern ridge, a full machine gun burst rips across the slope. Men flatten into the mud. A soldier cries out as a round grazes his arm. Another rolls downslope, clutching his ribs. The Germans are not aiming to defeat the battalion. They are aiming to finish them before help arrives. To eliminate witnesses. To erase the pocket. To shatter what remains. A lieutenant shouts, "They're trying to wipe us out before our boys get here." Another answers, "Then hold. Hold everything you've got." And they do. Some with rifles. Some with shaking hands. Some with nothing but breath and refusal. But they hold, because the next minute might be the one where rescue finally breaks through. And none of them will let go with salvation at the edge of the trees. Not now. Not after everything. Not when the forest vibrates with the battle for their lives. The breakthrough is coming, but the final blow has not yet arrived. The moment the ring breaks. The sounds beyond the ridges grow sharper, cleaner, unmistakably closer. Not drifting echoes, not wishful thinking, but the cadence of American rifle squads pushing hard through the forest. Branches snap. Shouts rise. A German machine gun sputters and dies under return fire. Someone cries out in German, panic threading through the words. Inside the ravine, men lift their heads, slowly, weakly, unbelieving. The forest is changing, tilting, turning in their favor. But the Germans feel it too, and desperation hardens their movements into something fierce. A German officer near the western ridge shouts, "Letzte Stellung! Letzte Stellung! Last position! Hold the last position!" Machine guns are dragged to the ridge edge. Riflemen fall into tight firing lines. Grenades pass from hand to hand. This is not a disciplined defense. It is a frantic refusal. The Germans are doing everything in their power to keep the Americans from reaching the ravine floor. Because once that happens, the siege collapses, the ring breaks, and their prize, the nearly destroyed battalion, is lost. "They know we're close to rescue," a private whispers. His sergeant answers, "No, they know rescue is close to us." The Germans unleash a terrifying volley. Machine guns cut a wide path across the upper slopes. Rifle fire stitches the ground inches from men's faces. Grenades arc downward, exploding in sharp concussions that shower roots, mud, and bark over the wounded. Men cry out but keep low, keep present, keep alive. A machine gun crew tries to return fire, but the weapon jams, its final betrayal after days of strain. The gunner collapses forward, muttering, "Sorry, I'm trying. I'm trying." His partner grips his shoulder. "You did enough. Stay down." Heroism reached its limit yesterday. Now they survive by will alone. Then more gunfire erupts uphill. Not German, not panicked, not defensive. American. Close. Aggressive. Relentless. Shouts cut through the trees. "Keep firing. Push. Push. They're falling back. We're right on top of them." The entire ravine tenses. Is this it? Is this the moment? But sensing the impending breach, the Germans gamble everything. A squad rushes toward the northern slope, firing downward to pin the battalion in place and prevent them from signaling. Whittlesey hears the shots and calls softly, "Hold your positions. Whatever happens, hold." Men obey. Even the half-conscious anchor themselves against the earth. A German machine gun opens from the western ridge, firing uphill toward the advancing Americans, trying to carve open space, trying to hold the woods. A grenade detonates between two trees, American, close enough to shake loose dust from the ravine floor. "That's right above us," a soldier whispers. Another finishes. "They're right on the ridge." Then, for the first time, the battalion hears something new. American voices shouting German positions from the ridgeline itself. Not far. Not distant. Not filtered by forest. On the ridge. On their ridge. The Germans hear it too. Their fire becomes wild, uncoordinated, fearful. A panicked shout rings out. "Zurich! Zurich! Fall back!" But they cannot fall back. There is nowhere left to go. The Americans have reached them. A rifle cracks. A machine gun chokes. Branches ripple with the chaos of close-quarters fighting just feet beyond the battalion's sight. A private clutches a root, eyes wide. "They're here. They're right here." His sergeant nods, a small trembling motion. "We made it to the breakthrough." A wounded soldier whispers, "Tell me when they're close enough to touch." The medic beside him answers gently, "You'll hear them before you see them." Then it happens. A frantic scuffle at the ridge. Shouting in English and German tangled so tightly it becomes a single violent language. A final burst of fire. A scream. And then a shout. "Advance! Advance down! We've reached them." The ravine falls into a silence so sharp it hurts, because they know. They know. The ring is breaking. The siege is ending. Rescue is here. After days of isolation, starvation, thirst, friendly fire, and unrelenting assault, someone has reached the edge of the ravine. Someone has found them. The Lost Battalion is no longer lost. But the forest has one last breath in it, before the moment becomes real. When help finally breaks through. For a breathless moment, the ravine holds still. No volleys, no shouts, no explosions. Just the strained quiet of men who have survived longer than anyone expected, listening for the sound that will confirm they are no longer alone. Leaves tremble. Boots scrape rock. Branches shift. Then, clearer now, closer now, American voices echo down the slopes. We've got movement below. Careful. Friendlies in the ravine. Hold your fire. Hold your fire. The battalion stiffens not in fear, but in disbelief. Some men push themselves upright, elbows trembling under their weight. Others lift their heads from the earth, eyes searching the tree-line above. A medic, kneeling beside the dying, whispers, "They found us. They actually found us." He says it again, as if repeating it will make the world hold still. They found us. But the Germans, cornered and enraged, are not finished. A sudden crack of rifle fire snaps across the northern slope. A wounded man cries out. Another round whips past a lieutenant's helmet. The Germans are no longer trying to win the battle. They're trying to inflict as much damage as possible before they're swallowed by the approaching relief force. A desperate last act. A cruel final note. A German officer screams, "Fuert, fuert, totetisse, beaver die anderen herunterkommen." Fire! Kill them before the others come down. And the ravine erupts again. Bullets tear through branches, chewing into roots, shredding bark and mud. Men flatten themselves as best they can. Some can't, some are too weak to move, some just lie silently, hoping the angle spares them. They're trying to wipe us out before we're rescued, a private hisses. His sergeant answers through gritted teeth, then don't give them the satisfaction, and with shaking hands fires one single, deliberate shot. He doesn't know if it hits anything. It doesn't matter. It reminds the Germans the battalion still breathes, still resists, still refuses to die. Above them, American forces hear the sudden swell of German fire and respond instantly. Move! Move! Down the ridge, now! Covering fire! Go, go! Rifle shots crack overhead. A grenade detonates beyond sight. Leaves rain down through the canopy. Then a machine gun begins firing from the American side. A startling, beautiful sound the men in the ravine never expected to hear again. It suppresses the German guns on the western ridge, forcing them back, killing their angle of control. A wounded man lets out a delirious laugh. "That's ours," he whispers. "That's ours." A medic leans close. "Yes, ours." The pressure on the slopes shifts. German fire grows erratic, scattered, panicked. They're no longer aiming to finish the battalion. They're aiming to survive long enough to retreat. But there is nowhere left to retreat to. American voices thunder. "We're at the ridge. Push through." Eyes on the ravine floor. Move. Move. Then footsteps. Real, close. Branches part. Boots slide down dirt. A silhouette appears at the edge of the slope, rifle raised, breath heavy. For a moment nobody moves. Then the man shouts, "Major Whittlesey! Is Major Whittlesey down there?" The ravine erupts, not in cheers, they don't have strength for that, but in sobs, in gasps, in disbelieving exhalations. A sergeant coughs hard, tears mixing with mud on his cheeks. A wounded man lifts his hand weakly toward the slope, as if reaching for something sacred. Another whispers, "They're here. They're actually here." Whittlesey lifts his head from behind a shattered tree root. His voice is barely a whisper, cracked, exhausted, disbelieving. "Here. We're here. Above, men shout. We have them! We found them! Get down there! American boots thunder down the slope, sliding, falling, rushing toward the ravine floor. The first rescuer reaches a cluster of wounded men and drops to his knees, horrified. Jesus! How are any of you alive? Nobody has an answer. Not yet. Not after everything. Not while the forest still shakes with the last dying echoes of battle. The Lost Battalion is no longer lost. But the ravine is a graveyard of pain, and the men who survived it are suspended between relief and collapse. The forest exhales. Whittlesey exhales. The men around him try to rise and fail, and the rescuers look upon them with awe, sorrow, and disbelief, because only now, standing in the ravine itself, can they understand what these men endured. The siege is over, but the cost still fills the air. And what comes next is the quiet after the storm. Out of the ravine. The forest's violence drains away as if someone has pulled a great weight from the air. Gunfire thins, shouts recede, and bootsteps settle into steadier patterns. In their place comes a quieter sound, the kind the battalion has not heard in days. Voices without urgency. American voices. Rescuers spread across the slopes, moving carefully among bodies twisted in mud and leaves, searching for those who still breathe. Some call out names. Some whisper instructions. Some simply kneel, stunned by the condition of the men they've found. One soldier from the relief column slides into the ravine floor, lands hard, and looks up at the faces around him. Holy hell, he breathes. He has seen battle, wounds, and death, but he has never seen this. The exhaustion carved into bone, the shock frozen in hollow eyes, the mixture of mud, blood, and sleepless days painted across every face. A man in the ravine tries to sit up to greet him, but manages only a feeble lift of his head. The rescuer kneels and steadies him. Easy, easy. You're safe now. The man exhales as if releasing something he has held inside for far too long. Medics from the relief force spread out with practiced urgency. They work fast, but their hands tremble when they see what starvation and thirst have done. One medic crouches beside a soldier lying flat on his back, eyes half open and unseeing. He touches the man's wrist, pulse, faint but present. Water. Slow. Not too much, he calls. A canteen appears. He wets the soldier's lips just enough. The man stirs weakly, as if waking from a nightmare, and breathes one word, barely sound at all. Thanks. The medic nods, unable to hide the shine in his eyes. Farther up the slope, a rescuer stops when he finds two soldiers propped against a shattered tree, arms across one another's shoulders as if they fell asleep mid-watch. He moves closer and realizes they are unconscious, alive, but barely. He kneels and shakes one gently. The man's eyelids flutter open a fraction. "Did we make it?" he whispers. The rescuer nods. "You made it." The soldier tries to smile, a small, crooked, painful thing, but real. Whittlesey himself is found halfway up the central rise, sitting with his back against a broken stump, map still in his lap as though he has been waiting for this exact moment. Two officers approach. "Major Whittlesey?" He looks up slowly, eyes deeply sunken, voice barely a thread. "Yes. We're here to take you out." Whittlesey nods once, not with triumph or emotion, just acknowledgement. "See to my men first." The officers exchange glances. One replies, "We are, sir." And they are. Everywhere. A makeshift triage point forms at the ravine's center. Medics tend to those who cannot walk, while others gather the few who can, barely, and cluster them together. Some men let their rifles slip from their hands at last. Others clutch them a little longer, afraid that letting go too soon might shatter the fragile reality of rescue. One rescuer touches a man's shoulder gently. "You can put it down now." The man hesitates, then releases the weapon as though surrendering a part of himself that kept him alive. It lands softly in the mud. With the Germans withdrawn and the last pockets of gunfire fading into the trees, a new challenge emerges: getting the battalion out of the ravine. Many cannot walk. Some cannot stand. A few cannot even lift their heads. Rescuers slide down stretchers, ropes, blankets, anything usable. They lift men gently, apologizing when movements cause pain. They murmur steadying words, meaningless in content, essential in humanity. "You're all right. We've got you. You're safe now. Hold on a little longer." These words become the new heartbeat of the ravine. For those who can walk, the ascent is slow. A sergeant tries to climb the slope but collapses halfway. A rescuer catches him under the arm. "I've got you." The sergeant shakes his head weakly. I can do it." "No, you can't," the rescuer answers softly. "But you don't have to." He lifts the man. The sergeant lets himself be lifted. This too feels like surrender, but not the kind that costs him anything. As rescuers move men out of the ravine, they see its true shape for the first time: the shattered trees, the churned mud, the makeshift positions carved by exhausted hands, the bodies covered with blankets or coats or silence. One rescuer mutters, "God help us, what they lived through down here." Another answers quietly, "They lived through it." That's all that matters now. At the top of the slope, as the first stretcher rises, a faint breeze moves through the branches. It is cool, clean, different. A soldier on the stretcher feels it across his face and whispers, "Fresh air. I forgot what it feels like." The medic carrying him nods. "You'll feel more soon. Just hold on." The man closes his eyes, not to shut out pain, but to let something gentler in. By dusk, the ravine begins to empty, one stretcher at a time, one wounded soldier at a time, one quiet survivor at a time. Rescuers move through mud and roots with reverence, as if the ground itself is sacred. Because it is. It is where the battalion endured the impossible, where men clung to life when life offered nothing, where a siege meant to annihilate them instead revealed the unbreakable depth of human resolve. And now, step by step, carried or walking or crawling, they leave it behind. Not fully, not ever fully, but enough. Enough to survive the story. The siege is over. The ravine grows quiet. And the men who refused to fall begin their long walk back into the world. In the quiet that follows rescue, a different kind of sound rises through the forest. Not gunfire, not shouting, not the strained breath of men trying to survive another hour. Just wind moving through leaves, light touching branches, and footsteps that no longer rush or scatter. You walk with the survivors, not as one of them, but beside them, moving at the slow pace the forest now demands. The ground that once shook with artillery feels strangely gentle beneath their feet. Every step away from the ravine is unsteady, uneven, trembling, but it is forward. Ahead, medics murmur reassurance, stretcher poles creak softly, and men who could not lift their own weight a day ago are carried up into the light without shame. No one here measures strength in steps. Strength is the simple act of continuing. All around, faces carved by exhaustion begin to show flickers of expression, a faint smile, a sigh, a quiet moment of disbelief. Rescue feels less like a victory and more like waking from a nightmare that lingers at the edges of vision. When the battalion reaches the line of trees where the forest begins to thin, they stop. Not because they must, but because the world beyond the canopy looks impossibly wide. Days in the ravine have narrowed their senses to mud, roots, and the next breath. Now the open sky feels too large to hold all at once. A rescuer places a hand on a soldier's shoulder as he steadies himself. "Take your time," he says. "There's no rush." The soldier nods slowly. For the first time in days, he believes it. You watch their faces change. Not rapidly, not dramatically, but with the gradual easing of men who realize the danger has finally lifted. Their thoughts drift to water, to sleep, to the simple sensation of safety. And somewhere deeper, beneath the layers of fatigue, to the lives waiting beyond this forest. As the light softens at the edge of the clearing, the battalion begins its walk toward the aid stations. Some move under their own strength, leaning on branches or shoulders. Some are carried carefully, their bodies wrapped in blankets that warm more than their skin. Some whisper to the medics, their voices thin but steady, questions about friends, about home, about what comes next. But none ask whether relief is real. Not anymore. They have touched it. They have survived into it. Behind them, the forest grows quiet again. The ravine fades into shadow, its scars hidden beneath the canopy. What happened there will never fully disappear, but the place itself does not cling to those who leave it. It releases them gently, as if acknowledging they have given enough. You feel that release too, a soft uncoiling in the chest, a calm settling in the mind. This story has taken you through darkness, hunger, fear, and the fragile edge of endurance. But the ending is not despair. It is persistence. It is quiet triumph. It is the simple truth that human beings can endure far more than the world ever expects of them. As the battalion reaches the main trail, the rescuers call out names, marking survivors off on lists no one dared hope would ever be complete. Some names are answered, some are not, but each voice that rises from the crowd feels like a small miracle. Later, when the wounded have been set on stretchers and the able have gathered into a loose, weary column, Whittlesey steps forward. He is fragile, exhausted, barely upright, but when he speaks, the forest quiets. "You held," he says simply, "and the men know it is true. Not perfectly, not without fear, not without cost, but they held." The world will give the Lost Battalion many names: heroes, victims, survivors, but none of those words carry the full truth. The truth is quieter, heavier, more human. They endured. And endurance, in this story, was victory. You walk with them a little farther, following the slow procession back toward shelter, toward warmth, toward water and rest and the possibility of dawn unshaped by war. Above, the sky opens, soft blue, unbroken, a reminder that some stories end not in triumph or tragedy, but in breath, in survival, in the gentle return to life. And as the last echoes of the forest fade, the final truth settles. You've been part of echoes of war, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land.